years ago, it began, a ruthless campaign disguised as retribution. Even from the start, there were signs Israel was setting its sights not on retaliation, but annihilation. Israel's military machine shifted into overdrive, and it became clear its mission went beyond the defeat of Hamas to the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians in Gaza and across the occupied West Bank. In uniform and in suits, military commanders, politicians speak openly on record of total destruction. With no shame, with no consequence. This is not war. This is genocide.
Pitting religion against humanity is a broken equation. The claim to divine right is never an excuse for war crimes. It's an empty equation. The math will never add up. The sum is zero, but the result is genocide. The self-proclaimed so-called only democracy in the Middle East now staggers as just an empty shell of itself, an ultra-right theocracy ruled by a man consumed by scandal. To cling to power, he sacrifices not just his people, but the very idea of humankind. Silencing the world through fear and force has failed. The voices grow louder, the silence breaks to wake humanity.
Gün insanlık adına Filistinli mazlumların yanında dimdik durma günüdür.
Severed limbs, lifeless children, displaced families, obliterated homes, weaponized aid. Yet somehow, amid the rubble and the ruin, hope remains. Voices echo in defiance of Netanyahu's ideological obsessions, which are not offers of lasting peace, but demands for subjugation. Freedom is not anyone's to grant, it's for everyone to claim. As more countries recognize the state of Palestine, the cries grow louder for it to be given to its people.
Here at TRT World, we'll bring you all-day coverage of what is now an ongoing genocide of massive magnitude. Netanyahu's vision for a post-October 7th world, a vision blindly supported by the president of the world's mightiest war machine, has exposed new global realities.
Finishing Hamas and expanding settlements in occupied territories has turned into an American-Israeli coordinated campaign to ravage southern Lebanon, bomb Yemen's Houthis, attack Iran's civilian nuclear hopes, strike the stability of a united Syria, undermine mediators in Qatar, and hit aid flotillas in the Mediterranean.
Israel's bombs and bullets target the most innocent, whose screams are echoed by the sound of global protests. Attempts to dehumanize Palestinians and discredit those upholding the values of humanity shows this crisis goes beyond October the 7th, 2023. It was a trigger, but the shots were fired well before, and peace needs to find a path towards a two-state solution to avoid a repeat of this grisly genocide.
Israel's wider war and its regional belligerence have all been triggered by its desire for ironclad security. Yet its actions in Gaza may have had the opposite effect. And whatever the wider implications for the future, Palestinians need a solution, and they need one now. Throughout the day, during our special coverage, we'll be checking in with Ashraf Shannon and Abdel Wahab Hamad in Gaza. We also have Mohammed Al-Qasim and Zainat Khan in occupied East Jerusalem, and in the occupied West Bank city of Ramallah, Mohammed Alwan and Mariam Barghouti. But with me now in studio is our Middle East correspondent, Nizar Sadawi. And Nizar spent 14 months inside Gaza when that war started. Nizar, as always, thank you for joining us. You were our first voice inside Gaza when all of this happened. Exactly 2 years ago, I was sitting right at this desk.
Yes.
You were the voice inside Gaza. 24 months on, did you ever think we would be at this stage, thousands dead and a genocide unfolding?
Absolutely not. I did expect things to be not as we expected before. I mean, based on our experience in previous flare-ups and military escalations in Gaza. But this was nothing like it. I remember the first line I used. I woke up at 6:20 local time AM to the sound of sirens and rockets being fired from Gaza. And I thought there must be a mistake. This is what I thought, because there were hundreds of alarms sounding on both my phones, and I started calling people who live near the border fence, and they were telling me thousands of rockets are being fired. And I immediately called our news desk here at TRT World, and the first line I used was, "This is WW3. It's not going to be easy." I do believe that we were the first international media to start reporting on this, because 30 minutes later we were on air reporting from Gaza City. And again, back to your question, no. I mean, I knew this was not going to be normal, but not 24 months. That's too much. Not a genocide. That I did not expect.
And talk us through your experience while you were actually in Gaza when this war was unfolding, because things happened so quickly. We spoke to you every day, almost throughout the entire day, where you too had to leave your home. You had to see family members being displaced. You very sadly lost loved ones. 2 years is not that long. I'm sure it still feels very fresh for you.
Of course it does, because the reason it still feels fresh, not just because this is ongoing, but mainly because, I mean, you cannot overcome such things, such trauma. And what makes it worse is the realization that sometimes you take a decision to postpone being human, to postpone feelings and normal sensations. Because as a journalist, you don't get that kind of luxury. You don't have time to mourn the loss of loved ones. You don't have the luxury of time that you need to find food sometimes. You don't have the luxury of time to think of personal things, your personal life, your family members. What did you lose? What did you gain? Of course, nothing. No one gained anything from this war. For example, I wasn't at my apartment when the war happened, when October 7th happened. I was visiting my family. They were in Rafah, a city called Rafah, which does not exist anymore. I woke up, as I said, to the sound of sirens, and it took me exactly 7 minutes to leave. I don't know how, but that's just an instinct. As a journalist, I just changed quickly. I came down, I saw my brother and my mother, and I told them, "This is WW3, please be prepared." I got into my car, called the channel here and called the team on the ground, cameramen. They were asleep, actually. I woke everyone up and said, "Be prepared. I'm going to be at the office in 25 minutes-ish, and let's go live on air." And I knew that after that moment, nothing's ever going to be the same again. But again, I did not expect all of this to happen. For example, I spent about 3 weeks, 4 weeks after that moment without seeing any of my loved ones. I didn't see my family for about 3-4 weeks. Not just because I was busy, but mainly because journalists had become targets when it comes to the Israeli army. You don't get to move as easily as you think you can. If you visit a house, for example, that house can be targeted. Even if they don't kill you, the journalist, they may punish you by targeting your loved ones, your family members. I started seeing my family after that, and 2 months into the war, my family was evacuated from Gaza, not me. I said I wanted to stay. I wanted to continue with the coverage. It was still possible to go here and there. Yes, it was absolutely risky, but it was possible somehow. So I wanted to make sure that my family was okay. I drove them to the crossing. I remember that day. And yeah, it was a scary moment because we could have been targeted any moment on the road, especially that I was driving a press car, a car with a sign press on it. And after that, nothing was the same again.
Is it the sense of just living in fear constantly? And it's the experience you've just described, not only as a Palestinian, but as a journalist, that people who are in Gaza are still feeling, because we often speak about the resilience of Palestinians. But is it just too much right now?
Of course it is. I mean, the first thing we learned in Gaza when this war happened was to lie, for example, in a good sense of the word. For example, my girlfriend, who later became my wife, I used to tell her that she was evacuated, and I used to tell her, I'm following you, maybe in a week or two. The exact same thing I told my family and my mother, who lost her life while being evacuated. So you keep lying to your loved ones because you need to tell them that you can do this. You need to tell yourself, so you also lie to yourself, saying that you can do this. But no one can. I have no idea how I stayed that long in Gaza. I have no idea how are my friends and colleagues who are still there doing it. It just doesn't make sense. It's beyond human capability. That's what it is. But again, you do what you do in these situations because there are no other options. There are no other alternatives. No one was allowed to go into Gaza, international journalists, for example. We were the voice of people. We were the eyes of the world inside Gaza, and we still are. It's just either you do this or a genocide's going to happen and the world will not learn about it. So we had a duty.
And you've done that duty so well, Nizar. We're so glad to have you in studio and so grateful for the work that you did in Gaza and continue to keep us up to date. We'll be checking in with you throughout the day. But we also now can take you to Gaza, to the central city of Deir al-Balah, where Abdul Wahab Hamad joins us. Abdul Wahab, I'm not sure if you were able to listen to that conversation with Nizar. He took us through what happened those first few months when he was there and the challenges, of course, in reporting from Gaza during that time. You, of course, are there right now. What's it like for you?
Anger, frustration, so much diabolical, nefarious. It's 2 years, a nightmare, an ending cycle of displacement and loss. A lot here have been displaced, almost 25 times. I left my home on 7th of October, was very close with the Israeli fence. I never made it back home since October the 7th. This whole genocide started with Yoav Gallant, the Israeli former defense minister saying halt to food, to water, and to fuel their animals, and we should behave accordingly. This is how it started, and this is how Palestinians have been treated here in Gaza for a wholly 2 years of agony and suffering. Almost 200,000 Palestinians have been either killed, lost, or injured by the Israeli military. What makes it crazy is that it's very systematic and it's very deliberate since day one. I do remember the mass enforced displacement of Palestinians, especially from the northern part of Gaza. Israel have pushed every one of us to the south by the Bush South. We ended up in Rafah in the southern part of Gaza, very close with Egypt and with the Egyptian borders. Rafah was the largest refugee camp on earth, as a lot of humanitarian organizations have described it. It was the last remaining sanctuary in Gaza. Then Israel back have forced everyone to the center of Gaza. Many Palestinians have returned back here to Deir al-Balah, to El Burayj refugee camp, to Nusayrat, all in the middle of Gaza. Then the ceasefire, everyone thought it's over. It has come to this level, but it did not finish. It continues more diabolically, more ravenous for killing. Palestinians here have have lost everything. They have lost their loved ones. More than 5,000 families have been wiped out of the civic registry. It is something that I have never thought it would be. Yes, we have been under so much of agony. We have been under so much of suffering for the past 70 years, but not to this level, not to this much. We cannot really digest what happened. Deir al-Balah today is a city, is a giant tent refugee camp. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians ended up here in Deir al-Balah. This is the output of 24 months of displacement. People here, the exhaustion, you can see it very clear on people's faces. They're tired, their soul has been killed. This is how they feel every time ceasefire talks progress. Something happens, and then waiting kills them so quietly. They hate October the 7th. They don't really thought that this would happen to us. A lot of Palestinians here are super poor families. They are peaceful. They really want to live in peace and in dignity. Despite the Israeli doing, every Israeli doing, before October the 7th, Gaza has been under a totally crippling air, sea and land blockade. It did not start on October the 7th. People have been suffering here, have been living through hell. They have been suffering abysmal surviving conditions before October the 7th, and then this has been compounded by this October the 7th. Ravenous Israeli attacks, unrelenting cycle of displacement, a tsunami of evacuees every time, from a time to a time. The Israeli military did not stop for a minute, and what makes everything here very compounded is the fact that it's very systematic, it is very deliberate, and it shakes the very, very basic foundations of human values. Yeah, Shani.
Absolutely, and you've put it so well. It shakes the very foundation of human values, where it's left so many of us asking, where has humanity gone to? Where have we lost those values? Abdul Wahab, you're one of the people who is reporting from Gaza right now. The work that journalists are doing there, that Palestinian journalists are doing, is so crucial throughout these last 24 months. Why do you believe your purpose as a journalist, as documenting this genocide, is so important? And what do you hope the world will learn from this?
Palestinian journalists have been living through hell since this war started. I was not reporting at the beginning of this war, but I was living with them. I found myself with them. I was displaced with them. here in the center of Gaza. I was in Rafah with them. I was living in a tent with journalists. I have seen how much it is really difficult for them to report. We don't really see our families maybe for months, others for maybe the whole 2 years. I have seen so many journalists collapsing, 24 hours reporting. Nizar, one of those, who reported 24 hours around the clock, reporting on death and death and death and mass killing of Palestinians. They're human beings too. No rest, no time to grieve. The deadliest conflict for journalists and for media workers in history, even more than the Second World War. And that mental toll, the trauma, and despite everything, we continue to report the suffering, the voices of the people here in Gaza. People here are so poor, they're really living through hell, and that hell must be delivered, must be spoken by journalists, by Palestinian journalists. Israel have actually blocked the entry of international journalists here in Gaza, so this whole burden was on the shoulders of the Palestinian journalists who have been doing so much here on the ground. I have seen a lot of them collapsing. I have seen a lot of them killed, a lot of them injured by the Israeli military, a lot of them deliberately killed, receiving threats by the Israeli military, telling them that we will kill you, we're over you, we'll come over you. All of this, the mental health here is just immense, the trauma. It's really difficult. But they continue to do the work because there is no option. A lot of them fed up, a lot of them got sick, but they continue to do the work they do because of one thing: the truth and the realities here on the ground should be told to the world so that it might be finished. I hope that this genocide finish. What unfolds here is not a humanitarian crisis. It is not a war. It's a humanitarian catastrophe where Israel have even restricted the humanitarian operations. The humanitarian operations here have been at a standstill. Almost 500, more than 500 humanitarians have been killed. It's like Israel telling the world and telling everyone that we don't want you guys to help the Palestinians here. That's why we obstruct the humanitarian corridors. That's why we're not letting aid in. So it's really difficult, very indescribable. Lots of pain and agony, but I hope this finishes soon. People here went crazy, super insane. They have lost everything, and what they deserve now is not only an end of genocide. They deserve a Palestinian state because they have been dreaming about this for so long, have been living here in their land for years and years without recognition. They really want to taste what does a statehood mean. They really want a state, and now countries and rising their voices to the state of Palestine. This is so important. It means a lot to them. The ongoing Trump's Gaza peace plan might bring peace here in Gaza. It looks like everyone here have been pushed into this plan, not by a choice, but Palestinians here say, what choices do we have, Ashini?
Abdul Wahab Hamad, we appreciate you speaking to us and keeping us updated and also telling us your own story of what's happening in Gaza right now in Deir al-Balah. I've got Nizar Sadawi with me, and Nizar, you were of course listening to Abdul Wahab, and it's difficult to listen to that.
I feel sorry for him. Not just for him. To be honest, you know, every time I talk to someone in Gaza, a journalist, and ask for some sort of work for us, when I recommend a new reporter, like Abdul Wahab or Ashraf, because I know these people. I was the first to contact them and ask them to report for us. A part of me feels guilty. I apologize to them. Maybe not publicly, but I am doing that now because I know what they're going through, and I know what will happen to them afterwards. Because even if you somehow survive this war, you really don't. You never survive this. You never get over it. And I told that to my friends who were evacuated from Gaza, those who managed to actually leave, journalists. I told them, I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but it's not going to be over when you're out. It's going to haunt you forever. You will develop diseases physically, mentally. That trauma will not stop the moment you step out of Gaza. It's not going to stop. It happened to me. It happened to other friends who left. And unfortunately, I'm sad to say this, but it will happen to those who will survive, hopefully, like these guys, Abdul Wahab, Ashraf, and everyone else in Gaza, every journalist. It's not going to stop. The scenes they have seen and they continue to see on that ground. I mean, at one point, I told you a few minutes ago that you don't have the luxury to feel or to get feelings sometimes. You pause, you press the pause button on your feelings. For example, I remember one time I was sitting with friends, colleagues, journalists, of course. It was Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. And that day, I remember we managed to get some food. It was something that looked like a falafel, but it wasn't really. It was so bad. Anyway, so we were trying to make sandwiches out of it. And we did have some salt. And suddenly, a medic came carrying a child, a dead body of a child. And that body sack was dripping blood. He passed right next to us. And one of the guys just said, "Could you pass me the salt?" That did not happen because we didn't care. It happened because we got so accustomed to what was happening, to what is still happening, that we just needed to move on and report on the next genocidal act and the next one and the next one. We didn't have time to mourn the loss of our own loved ones. That's how bad it is. So months pass. I left Gaza. Here I am standing, and I cannot get that image out of my head.
But you were here, you were standing, and you're here to tell your story.
Yeah.
And that is what we appreciate, Nizar Sadawi. Thank you very much. Now, during the 2-year war, the most affected people are Palestinians caught up in Israel's relentless bombardment. Nearly the entire population in Gaza has been displaced multiple times, as we've been hearing from Nizar and Abdul Wahab. Those who have survived live to tell their stories of resilience, but not without pain. One such person is Mohammed Jihad Mohammed Al-Dalu, a journalist living in Gaza.
أنا الصحفي محمد جهاد محمد الدلو من سكان حي الشجاعية في غزة. عمري 31 سنة، خريج صحافة وإعلام. كنت قبل الحرب أشتغل صحفي رياضي، ولكن بعد 7 أكتوبر وبداية الحرب على قطاع غزة محمد اختلفت حياته لدرجة 180 درجة. محمد بطل يصور، الملاعب كلها سكرت وصارت مراكز للنزوح. صار عنده شغلات جديدة. من الشغلات الجديدة هذه في بداية الحرب اللي هو النزوح المتكرر داخل مدينة غزة. نزحنا داخل مدينة غزة يمكن 8 مرات تحت القصف. بعد ال8 مرات هدول اشتد القصف واشتد العنف واشتد استهداف المدنيين واشتد استهداف كل إنسان عايش داخل مدينة غزة. وصلنا لمرحلة إنه محمد وأهله ينزحوا على الجنوب. محمد لما نزح على الجنوب ما نزحش بكل عيلته، ضل له إخوة في مدينة غزة. في يوم من الأيام صحيت الصبح زي أي إنسان، فطلعت زي أي أبو الصبح أدور على طحين، أدور على أي شغلة أكلها. توجهت لمنطقة السرايا على أساس إنه أنا أوفر الشغلة هذه. وأنا في الطريق في شغلة نقزاني في قلبي. رحت على نقطة الشحن، مسكت الجوال، لقيت قرايبي رنين علي كذا مكالمة فائتة. بدي ارجع لهم اللي هو الجوال برن علي اللي هو ابن عمتي. لسه برفع الجوال وبحطه زي هيك على ودنا له بقول لي الحق تعال ودع ابوك قبل ما يدفنوه. وصلت غاد يابا بطلع لنا لقيت واحد ملفوف كله في وجهه زي هيك بحضن فيه وبس لأن لقيت جنبه فيه جثث. مين هدول؟ انتوا قلتوا لي ابوك بس. هلا بقول لي هي اخوتك كمان وولاد عمك وبنت عمك. ما عرفتش مين اودع. صرت احضن في اللي قدام مش شعور لا ارادي. الواحد مش عارف ايش يعمل. انت في لحظه مش عارف مين تودع، ابوك، اخوك، اخوتك، ولاد عمك، بنت عمك اللي عشت معهم اجمل لحظات حياتك. في لحظه هيك كلهم تفقدهم في لحظه. ايش السبب؟ ايش عملوا هم؟ الكلمه الاخيره اللي بدي اوجهها انه احنا بنتمنى انه كل انسان عايش في قطاع غزه يتعامل معامله الانسان، يعيش حياه كريمه تتوفر له. احنا ما بدنا نعيش بس عشان ناكل ونشرب ونشرد من مكان لمكان، الخيمه مش مكاننا.
Gaza in October 2025 tells a story of a territory being systematically ethnically cleansed, and Gaza City remains under siege. Advancing Israeli troops control most of the north of the Strip, now virtually a wasteland. Families are displaced over and over again into smaller, denser pockets. In Khan Yunis, control is contested. The Israeli assault persists while groups fight back. In Rafah, Israel has established the Morag corridor, which it describes as a security access dividing southern Gaza and isolating Rafah from Khan Yunis. In central Gaza, Israeli control lines have pushed south towards Deir al-Balah, threatening to cut off central Gaza from the south. Nearly 1 million people were estimated to still be in Gaza City before the launch of the ground assault. Now, according to Israeli officials, 900,000 have been displaced from Gaza City. Overall, 90% of the 2.1 million population is displaced, lacking shelter and basic services. Well, let's bring in Alana O'Malley, an Associate Professor of UN Studies in Peace and Justice at Leiden University. She's with me here in studio. Alana, it's great to have you as we mark 2 years since this war began. The facts that I've gone through all describe mass displacement, territory being taken over. This all describes parts of a genocide. Why is it so difficult still for so many countries and so many people in the world to say that this is a genocide?
So the term genocide implies two things. Firstly, it's a legal definition which is based on a particular set of conditions that qualify that crime as genocide under international law. And so part of the hesitancy to call this a genocide, even though we think that it meets many of the characteristics and the conditions that would define it as a genocide, is because that international legal definition then also implies responsibilities and responsibilities to respond and to act to ease the suffering caused by genocide. So that's partially the issue, which is a legal definition. And we are still waiting for the International Court of Justice to come with the merit opinion on the case that South Africa has brought against Israel in January 2024. So the legal kind of question will be decided really by the court. The other part, of course, is that the term genocide implies a political framing of the events, because genocide implies a deliberate intent to disrupt life. And many of the conditions that you have described there would seem to fit into that characteristic, right? The deliberate moving displacement of people, obviously the mass killing of the Palestinian people, but it's very difficult to prove the intent of the Israeli government or the Israeli state or individual ministers from the Israeli state, individuals within the Israeli political establishment to actually have intended those consequences. And so the difficulty around that political definition is part of the other reason for the hesitancy to use that term genocide in a definitive way.
And yet there's been a special UN commission headed by Navi Pillay, a lawyer herself, who has said there are 5 genocidal acts as defined within the UN. Israel is committing 4 of them. How does that then play into South Africa's case at the ICJ?
So it plays in very well, because this is exactly the kind of evidence that the South African legal team will use to prove to the court that it's not just the evidence that we see of the destruction on a daily basis, but also the evidence that the UN has uncovered in that investigation, which is about the intent part of the Israeli state. So that's going to play very much into the South African case. And it also really helps to outline these different conditions of life and the disruption of life. And that UN investigation, as you said, identified these 4 characteristics. So it really adds to the body of evidence that we have, especially around that intent question, not just the outcome issue, which is what we see playing out day to day.
The UN is often criticized for not doing enough. In your opinion, when it comes to this genocide in particular, are they doing enough?
Well, of course they're not doing enough. I mean, I think that everybody can agree that. And that opens a wider debate about why they're not doing enough. But what we have to remember about the UN is that there are 193 member states, but the institution is only as powerful as those member states allow it to be. And what we see happening within the UN is that it cannot reach effective decision on action either through the General Assembly or the Security Council, mostly through the Security Council, because of the veto system. And we see the UN's largest contributor, the United States, consistently and repeatedly using the veto to stop the UN taking affirmative action in response either to the humanitarian suffering or affirmative action against Israel to induce the Israeli government to stop the slaughter.
But the Israeli government doesn't even seem to believe in the UN or the values of the UN, though they are still a UN member. We see their representative speak often, yet any rulings by the ICJ have been ignored since this genocide started, and UN officials are often barred from Israel itself. So where does that all fit in?
So there's 2 elements to this. The first one, the banning of officials and the disdain that Israel displays on a regular basis towards the UN. That's part of the Israeli response of saying we're above the United Nations, we're above the international system of law and of the norms of even the conduct of war, and we're on this crusade because we are a state that has suffered. So that's part of the narrative and the reaction and the political justification that they give for this disdain and disregard towards the UN. But the other part of this, of course, is that, you know, the UN system is the only system that we have for any kind of objective analysis of state behaviour or overview or check on what kind of action states are committing. And so the more criticism of the UN, the more disregard that the Israelis show the UN. On the other hand, you have a host of the other 192 members who want to maintain the system of international law, who believe that the way through this conflict is to strengthen those institutions, to keep pushing forward with the legal case against Israel, but also the legal criticism of the Israeli crimes here. And so what's actually happening is a dual process. Yes, you have this disregard on the one hand by Israel, who is quickly becoming a pariah state in these last 2 years. But on the other hand, you have a closer engagement with the international system, not just by big global south states like South Africa, but many, many, many other states, especially from the global south, who have joined the 2 cases that are going on in the ICJ and who continue to make statements in this regard in the General Assembly.
That's important here, though, isn't it? The global south, because they have been very vocal about what's happening in Palestine. South Africa, of course, has always had a long relationship with Palestinians fighting for freedom, having experienced apartheid itself. Just talk us through a bit of that role of the global south in all of this.
So it's just been fundamentally important. And I think it's also important to say that throughout the 80 years, the UN will be 80 years on 24th of October of the UN's existence, it's actually the states and the actors of the global south who have made the most difference to the system. Western powers have looked at the UN as a way to maintain the world order as it was in 45, to maintain the status quo ante. But actually what we see global south actors is doing is trying to change the system to make it more equal and make it more just. And in very recent years, of course, especially with the issue of what's happening in Gaza, but also on other questions, we see Global South Agency proving decisive because they hold the majority of votes within the General Assembly. But beyond that, we also see, because of the growing GDP in Global South countries, because of their growing populations and because of their shift within the multilateral system and a shift in their position there, we see that they have greater agency within the international system to do more, to change it. And that's exactly what they're trying to do in Gaza. They're not just trying to help the international community to formulate a cohesive response and to stop the genocide. They're also trying to remake the rules of that system so that it can be applied justly and fairly, even to countries like Israel, who have strong Western supporters.
We'll leave it there for now. Alana O'Malley, great to get your take. Thank you so very much. Well, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza reached its breaking point a long time ago. Its hospitals have been regularly attacked and are so short of supplies, the injured are dying on their floors. Operations are conducted without anesthetic. Newborns are perishing from malnutrition. Almost all of Gaza's medical facilities are also used as shelters for the displaced. But wherever they are, nobody is safe, and shelter is only temporary. As TRT World's Ashraf Shannon reports from Gaza, repeated forced displacements make it more difficult to stay alive.
Since the start of Israel's war on Gaza, there has been a lack of water, electricity, food, and fuel. Families are fleeing from the northern Gaza Strip after a forced evacuation of more than 1 million people. Hospitals are overwhelmed, operating at over 200% capacity, with severe shortages of medical supplies, oxygen, and essential medicines. Many patients wait hours, sometimes days, for treatment, while displaced families struggle for shelter and basic necessities.
As you can see, Al-Aqsa Hospital is now completely full with patients and wounded. We have been forced to place them in the hospital courtyards, both inside and outside, because there are no available beds due to the severe overcrowding. There must be immediate intervention from international community and the humanitarian organizations to provide protection for medical staff and hospitals in the Gaza Strip.
Israel's assault on Gaza and the blockade of aid makes access to medical supplies a daily struggle. Ala, a 9-year-old boy who was critically injured in an Israeli airstrike, still has shrapnel embedded in his body.
At first, they took him to the Al-Shifa hospital, but there were almost no resources, no doctors, no beds to place him on. So they transferred him to Al-Aqsa hospital. Right now, his right eye has almost lost vision, and there are still 3 pieces of shrapnel in his left eye. His right leg doesn't move at all.
Families escaping the ground assault struggle to find shelter. According to the UN, over 60% of displaced families in Gaza are living without adequate shelter or access to clean water.
We were in Gaza, but after the displacement and bombing, we fled to the south. Now we are living on the street. For 2 days, we've had no tent, no shelter. I was displaced with my children because of the airstrikes, and we can't even find drinking water. My husband and children are unemployed, and we have nothing.
Gaza's electricity and water networks have been devastated by Israel's war.
2 years on, Gazans continue to suffer because of the war. The infrastructure has been destroyed, and families continue to suffer from constant displacement. Ashraf Shannon, TRT World, Gaza.
Israel's war on Gaza is a multi-fronted assault from the air, the ground and the sea, in underground passages, along border corridors and in densely populated urban centers. Now, beneath Gaza lies a hidden network of tunnels. Israel claims to have discovered more than 150 of them along the Philadelphia corridor alone. It claims 80% of these tunnels have been neutralized. The underground arteries are more than supply routes. They're offensive highways used for asymmetric warfare. Now, the Philadelphia corridor itself is a narrow strip. It's roughly about 100 meters wide and 14 kilometers long, spanning the Gaza-Egypt border. Israel insists this corridor conceals dozens of tunnels used for smuggling weapons and fighters. Egypt denies those claims. Now, Israel likes to think its air defenses are legendary, but they're not flawless. During the 12-day war with Iran just a few months ago, Israel reported an 86% interception rate of incoming ballistic missiles. Historically, during smaller flare-ups, the performance of the Iron Dome reached 96% in specific engagements. Still, a number of missiles or rockets slipped through, delivering a blow to the narrative of complete air supremacy. As of mid-September, reported fatalities stand at almost 2,000 Israelis. On the Palestinian side, Gaza's health ministry reports more than 67,000 Palestinians killed. In the October 7th attack 2 years ago, about 1,200 Israelis were killed. In combat with Hamas forces, Israeli military sources say 454 soldiers have been killed. These figures don't include the wounded or the missing. Now, we can discuss all of this with our Nizar Sadawi. He's here with me again in studio. And Nizar, when we just look at the way this war has been conducted in a military way and a military offensive, Israel is by far possibly the strongest military in the Middle East. 2 years on, their stated goal was to destroy Hamas, but we still get reports that Hamas is fighting back.
Of course. Look, things dramatically changed the moment Israel decided to start a ground invasion, because we're talking about a small enclave that has already been besieged for 17 years before this war started. Going inside Gaza means the equation was going to be totally different. It has stopped being a war and it became a guerrilla war, which means that the Israeli soldiers had to actually fight Hamas members inside Gaza, in small alleys, in refugee camps. And that's not easy. That's where Hamas, for many months, had the upper hand somehow, because that was their area. These were their neighborhoods, their refugee camps. And that's precisely, I do believe, why Israel stopped fighting months ago. Israel is not fighting in Gaza. Israel is just bombing Gaza. And that's also when it became a genocide, because they had to send their F-16 and F-35 fighter jets and start bombing everything and everyone, agricultural lands, multi-story buildings, even refugee camps. They flattened every building there was in many cities. And you can just look back at what happened in Rafah in May last year, 2024, when that operation started, regardless of the fact that every country in the world, including the US and Joe Biden at the time, the US president, told Israel not to do that, not to go into Rafah. But they did not fight in Rafah. What they did was mainly that they ordered every resident in Rafah to evacuate to nowhere, sometimes to what they refer to as safe zones, although they were never safe, and they are never safe until the moment. And then they flattened every building there is in Rafah. So the network of tunnels that Hamas had built in Gaza, of course, helped. And Israel had been trying to destroy much of it, and they did. But again, it's not that easy, because again, Hamas is not an army. Hamas is a resistance group. And they came from the people. That's the reality, whether they like it or not, which means that every neighborhood, every city in Gaza would have some people who are supporting Hamas, and of course others who do not, because not every Palestinian is Hamas. But again, it's not an army that is fighting from a certain front line. That's why the equation was very different in Gaza. And that's why it took them 2 years. And I'm sorry to say this, but even if this war continues, which is not something that we're hoping for, even if it does continue, it's not possible for Israel to end everyone who supports Hamas, to neutralize them or kill them all, unless they continue with this genocide and ethnically cleanse the Palestinian people. And that's I mean, that seems what they're trying to do.
Absolutely. Nizar Sidawi, thank you very much for that. And while we've been focusing for the last few minutes on the situation in Gaza, Israel's war hasn't just extended to the Strip, but also to the occupied West Bank. My colleague Per Nyborg has more on that.
Now, over the past 2 years, Israel has rapidly accelerated the expansion of illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank. Last year, Israel advanced nearly 29,000 housing units, 19,000 in occupied East Jerusalem and 9,800 in the occupied West Bank. By the middle of this year, more than 10,500 new units had already been promoted, surpassing all of 2024. And in September, Benjamin Netanyahu signed plans for thousands of more homes. The Israeli cabinet legalized 5 outposts as official settlements in June of 2024. And in March of this year, another 13 outposts were recognized. And in May, the government approved 22 more illegal settlements, including 9 entirely new ones. Since the start of the war on Gaza, Israel has declared over 24 square kilometers of Palestinian territory as state land. There, Palestinians are forbidden from building or farming. A big and controversial push is the E1 project of roughly 3,400 illegal housing units planned on land that links occupied East Jerusalem to a major illegal settlement. If built, E1 would cut the occupied West Bank into 2 separate areas, separating the north from the south and isolating occupied East Jerusalem from the rest of a possible future Palestinian state. Mohammed Elwan has more.
October 7th provided Israel with a pretext to tighten its stranglehold on the occupied West Bank. The occupation accelerated its illegal settlement expansion as part of intensified efforts to impose what it calls full sovereignty over Palestinian land. The map today looks very different from just 2 years ago.
56,000 dunams have been confiscated and many settler outposts legalized. 90 outposts in the eastern hills and Jordan Valley create geographic isolation, while settlement corridors link settlements into large blocks, cutting off Palestinian communities and connecting the colonies.
This is the main entrance to Ramallah, an Israeli checkpoint with an iron gate that shuts daily at 4 p.m., restricting Palestinian movement.
Every day at this checkpoint is misery. Long queues, harassment, IDs taken, cars searched. And I have already been stuck here for 45 minutes, moving inch by inch. And when the clock hits 4, the gate slams shut. No one gets through. Once I was right at the gate and they still refuse to let me in. This is daily life under occupation.
While the Israeli army maintains control, illegal settlers launch unprecedented attacks on Palestinians. Fethi has been caught in both.
Soldiers shoved me into a jeep and bet me. The officer said he'd hand me to settlers. And he did. Blindfolded, I was dumped and attacked. Hours later, he moved me again and bet me for 2 hours. Then he took my shoes and forced me to walk barefoot on thorns bleeding back to my village.
As we head north, Israeli control over Palestinian land is clear. Illegal settlements spread across the hills. Iron gates block the entrances to villages, and settlement expansion looms next to Palestinian homes under constant military watch. Analysts say Israel is fast-tracking settlement expansion by reviving old plans and drafting new ones. Illegal settlers are no longer just residents. They've become an organized force working with the army to tighten control of the West Bank. Nearly 780,000 illegal settlers now live in the occupied West Bank, with numbers set to rise. Meanwhile, 44,000 Palestinian refugees have been forced from their homes in Tulkarem and Jenin. Over the past 2 years, more than 18,000 Palestinians have been arrested. 11,000 remain behind bars, and over 1,000 have been killed. Amid the violence, resilience remains the Palestinians' only hope for freedom. Mohammed Elwan, TRT World, Ramallah, the occupied West Bank.
Now let's bring back Javier Abu Aid, a political scientist and former communication advisor to the Palestine Liberation Organization. Very good to have you here in the studio. I want to start with the ongoing negotiations happening in Egypt. You have Trump's 20-point peace plan. I know you don't want to call it a peace plan, but the fact that the occupied West Bank is not even mentioned in his plan, is that a problem?
It is a huge problem, but it's a problem if you want to call this a peace plan, right? Now, that's why I insist that we should refer to it as a framework agreement for a ceasefire, because you need to deep into the root causes. I mean, 7th of October, it's a symptom that came in a bigger context. 2023 was already the bloodiest year in the West Bank in 20 years. So you have a political program from the Israeli government that aims at denying the Palestinian right to self-determination, and the core of that project is actually in the West Bank, not in Gaza.
So if that's the core and it's not even mentioned in these ongoing negotiations, what does that mean then for the possibility of a unified Palestine going forward?
Well, in fact, what this plan makes is to divide Palestine in two. It sets a different government in Gaza than the one in the West Bank, and Palestinians will not be able even to elect this government. So
is that a problem?
It is a huge problem. It takes you backwards decades. I mean, we're not talking here about even the first years of the Oslo Agreement. It's even before that, because it looks a bit like the British mandate in the sense of you have to prove that you are good enough to develop institutions and to have a state. A statehood is a right. The right to self-determination is a right. It's a long overdue right. If in the context of a political negotiations, then there is a dynamic whereby perhaps Palestinians may agree to some exchange of territory, that's something else. But you cannot normalize a war crime.
Javier Abu Aid, very good to have you here. You're going to be with us throughout the day here on TRT World.
Pleasure, thank you.
Thank you.
Israeli warplanes continue to pound Gaza, imposing a complete blockade.
It's all about survival now. This is war. As our police take cover.
No escape. Voices from Rafah on TRT World.
Hello, welcome back live to TRT World. It's 0500 GMT. This is the 7th of October. It's exactly 2 years since Israel began its military assault on Gaza. We have special coverage throughout the day. As Israel keeps attacking the enclave, it is beset by international arrest warrants, global protests, and increasing diplomatic storms. This is Israel's battlefield, where domestic politics, war, law, and international relations collide. Amid the rubble and the ruin of the enclave, hope remains. Voices are echoing in defiance of Benjamin Netanyahu's ideological obsessions. They're not offers of lasting peace that he's making. They're rather demands for subjugation of a people. Freedom is not anyone's to grant. It's for everyone to claim. As more countries recognize the state of Palestine, the cries are growing louder for it to be given to the Palestinians. Our Middle East correspondent Nizar Sadawi is with us throughout the day. Nizar, you spent almost the first year of this conflict in Gaza. We heard you talking earlier about the personal reflections that you have of your time there. But the global picture is something that we need to understand in terms of how the world has watched on its TV screens and on its phones, innocent people being slaughtered and the world unable to stop it.
Well, things changed in Gaza because of what journalists have been doing since October 7 and what they continue to do on the ground, because we have to keep in mind that this was no like any other conflict. International media was not allowed into Gaza. Journalists who were there were the only ones who had the duty, the ability, and the willingness to do this, to report day in, day out about what happened and what is still happening in Gaza, what was happening and is still happening to them personally and to their loved ones, because these journalists are not operating in a foreign territory. They're reporting about their own stories, about the stories of their families. When I was there and I reported on a neighborhood that was flattened, for example, that was my neighborhood. These were my people. That's why in Gaza, if you're working from Gaza, then it doesn't matter whether you stay or you leave, the sound and the smell of everything becomes different. The smell of freshly baked bread, for example, it was mixed with the smell of dust and blood, and nothing stays the same. Gaza's health ministry reports more than 67,000 people killed in the past 730 days. Most of them civilians, most have been displaced. Infrastructure has been shattered and famine has been declared by the UN. Netanyahu's war may seem as if it's in the endgame, but we've been here before with hopes of a deal disappearing because of broken Israeli promises. Late last year, the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Netanyahu and his former defense minister, Yoav Gallant, accusing them of war crimes, including using starvation as a weapon of war. Domestically, Netanyahu is on trial for corruption, fraud, bribery, and breach of trust. His coalition is a fragile web of ultra-right and religious parties, which has been facing regular protests. 157 UN member states now recognize the state of Palestine. That's good, a significant shift in global alignment. At the UN, Netanyahu has decried recognition as rewarding Hamas. But Western capitals are pressuring Israel over civilian deaths in Gaza. Regionally, Egypt's control over Gaza's border, Lebanon's Hezbollah, and the risk of escalation make every Israeli move risky. Netanyahu now must decide: double down militarily and risk total isolation, or dial back and risk political collapse at home.
All right, Nazar, thanks very much indeed. Look forward to you coming back on set a little bit later. But for the moment, let's go to occupied East Jerusalem. Our correspondent, Rahul Radhakrishnan, is there. Rahul, what's the feeling in Israel in terms of the negotiations that are going on in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt? Is Israel closer to making a deal than ever before?
Yes, Adnan, it certainly depends on who you ask. But what we currently know is that first day of these high-stakes talks in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt did end on a positive note. There's very little detail that has emerged from that meeting, but what we've seen being reported in Egyptian media is that the issue of when exactly the hostages or the captives, the Israeli captives as well as the Palestinian detainees will be exchanged were discussed, along with a discussion of how much humanitarian aid would enter or would be able to enter in the event of a ceasefire. But, you know, the focus right now is on the first phase of Donald Trump's 20-point plan. It does seem that there's some collective consensus over that initial phase. There is some general recognition that right now what the focus should be is the exchange of these captives and the entering of humanitarian aid. The idea of a long-term ceasefire is still being debated. It does seem, from comments that we've seen coming from the White House, it does seem that Trump's plan is somewhat being split into two. The first being focused on the release of the captives, and the second being more of a long-term management of how exactly, what exactly the future of Gaza may look like. But Adnan, when you look at what's happening in Israel, there are multiple actors at play. Let's look at the pressure that's on Prime Minister Netanyahu. First, the domestic pressure internally. There's a lot of pressure on the Prime Minister coming from his far-right political partners, many of whom have made it clear that they do not want to make any concessions with Hamas. And in fact, they've called for a continuation of the war. But in the past couple days at least, we've noticed a level of silence from the far right. It does seem that they are waiting to see how these talks transpire and what exactly would come out if the captives would be released in the first place. The second amount of domestic pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister is certainly the public opinion. It's certainly coming from the Israeli public. Let's remember that over the past 2 years, we've seen continuous protests almost every week in Tel Aviv and other parts of Israel that has been calling for Netanyahu to take action. What we've also heard from a number of protesters that we've spoken to ourselves over the past several months and year, they've been saying that they view Netanyahu as perhaps the biggest obstacle to the release of the captives, that they've lost trust in their prime minister, and they are approaching these current talks with a level of cautious optimism, so to speak. They're still waiting, and they do say, or they have identified, that this is the closest that they've gotten to what is the finish line. But then it's not lost on the Israeli public that Netanyahu's actions over the past 2 years has essentially made Israel a global pariah, has made it internationally isolated. And this is also another reason why there's international pressure on the Israeli Prime Minister, more specifically coming from Donald Trump. Donald Trump says that this particular deal that's being talked about right now in Egypt is perhaps the best chance that Netanyahu has to end this war in Gaza. And it seems that the U.S. president has made it very clear to Netanyahu that he wants his deal done immediately, and he hopes that there will be something to talk about by the end of the week.
Rahul, when this all began, the Israeli public seemed to accept Benjamin Netanyahu's insistence that Hamas presents an existential threat to the entire state of Israel. Do the Israeli public feel safer now or more unsafe? Because also we know that Israel has expanded its war well beyond Gaza. It's become almost a regional conflict that it's waging in the Middle East. How does the Israeli public feel now, 2 years after the start of all of this?
Well, if you look at public opinion polls that have taken place, there is, again, a lot of anxiety that's being expressed by the Israeli public. It does differ, the opinion does differ on what happens to Gaza next, or what happens in the occupied West Bank. But when it largely comes to what the Israeli public is feeling, they are focusing on the release of the captives. Currently, there are 48 captives that remain in the besieged Gaza Strip, out of which at least 20 of them are believed to be to have been deceased. What they've been calling for is the Prime Minister to take concrete steps to actually end the war in order to see the release of the captives. The current discussion does not seem to kind of look into what happens next, at least in a majority of the Israeli public. But in the protests that we've seen over the past couple of years, we've seen that there is this growing recognition of the war crimes that are being committed in Gaza. Let's remember that just a month ago, a little over a month ago, two major Israeli NGOs did identify Netanyahu's actions as genocide, and and this followed a previous identification of what's happening in the occupied West Bank as apartheid. There is a shift in public opinion, but right now, when it comes to the Israeli public, the focus is on the release of the hostages, and they're hoping that this happens as soon as possible.
Rahul in occupied East Jerusalem, thank you very much. So let's stay on the same theme. How much of Israel's war on Gaza is because of internal Israeli politics? Many inside, but also outside the country. They believe once the attacks on the enclave end, it could also mean the end of the far-right coalition headed by Israel's longest-serving prime minister. In the past 2 years, the country has been increasingly criticised and isolated by the international community. Its army reservists are refusing to serve. The economy has suffered. Society is divided about how the war is being waged and the actions of its elected leaders. Mohammed Al-Qasim reports.
Nearly 2 years since the October 7th attacks, Israeli society remains fractured. The war on Gaza has exposed and in some cases deepened long-running tensions over leadership, religion and the future of the country. Mass protests have continued for months. Tens of thousands of Israelis are demanding Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu take responsibility for security failures and for the handling of Israel's war. Critics accuse him of dismissing their anger and clinging to power.
The division within Israeli society is serious and has clearly emerged on the issue of judicial reform. It has also manifested in major disagreements, even within the right wing itself. Consequently, this division has led to a real clash. If October 7th had not occurred, we would have seen real and violent shocks within Israeli society. Society is moving towards extremism. There is a real problem within the religious who refuse to serve in the army and the secularists within the Israeli society. There is a real struggle between liberalism and controlling the government and transforming it into a dictatorship within Israel.
One of the sharpest divides is over military service. Secular Israelis say the burden of defending the country must be shared, but ultra-Orthodox men, who make up a growing percentage of the population, continue to resist conscription, sparking resentment and fueling the political crisis, threatening the stability of the coalition.
These threats are not real. They represent a golden opportunity, whether for Smotrich or Ben-Gvir, to be in such a government. They are merely playing cards that Netanyahu is cleverly using to manage the political situation. His recent show in New York and his meeting with Trump in Washington fully demonstrate that he's bringing more playing cards to strengthen himself in preparation for the upcoming elections, with the understanding that the United States is at his back and that he can impose his political agenda on it.
Which lends credence to the argument that Netanyahu is using these fractures to his own advantage. As Israel continues its brutal war on Gaza, the divisions at home are widening. From politics to the streets, the conflict has deepened rifts over leadership, strategy, conscription, and the country's future. In many ways, Israelis are discovering that the conflict in Gaza is also a conflict within. Mohammed Al-Qasim, TRT World, West Jerusalem.
Joining us from Australia is Anthony Lowenstein, an independent journalist, author of The Palestine Laboratory and also My Israel Question. Thank you so much for joining us, Anthony. You seem to have dedicated a lot of your professional life as a journalist towards studying the Middle East and Israel in particular. You also lived for a number of years in occupied East Jerusalem. Did you foresee this coming? I mean, has the Israeli government been looking for an excuse like October the 7th for a long time?
Yes, is the short answer. Look, at the end of my book, The Palestine Laboratory, which came out just before October 7, I talked about, or I feared, a cataclysmic event, a war, an attack. I'm not for a second suggesting I predicted exactly what October 7 would be, of course. But I did fear that that would give the Israeli government, the Netanyahu government, and Israeli society, importantly, the so-called justification to do what they're doing in Gaza and beyond. Now, did I expect there to be this genocidal war, this extent of the torture and the violence? I don't even know if I expected it to be this extreme and lasting for so long. You know, we often hear about this idea that, and I heard you say this before, that Israel is increasingly isolated internationally. There's some truth to that, but there's also completely untruth to that. And what I mean by that is that, yes, there's growing public protest. There's a growing country, particularly Spain and others, that are cutting military ties, cutting military contracts, and that's important. But the countries that really matter, the US, much of Europe, and frankly, much of the Arab Muslim world, have not cut ties with Israel. In fact, the opposite. They've maintained ties, in some cases even deepened them, despite their public calls of outrage. So, look, October 7 was an undeniably horrific event, and I remember as soon as it happened on the actual day, on that day 2 years ago, I realized straight away that Israel's response was going to be a catastrophe for everybody, particularly the Palestinians. And sadly, like many of us, I've been proven correct.
Do you think that there's a concerted political coming together of that evangelical Christian right-wing element that Trump likes to appeal to in the United States? And you think of his ambassador to Israel, Mick Huckabee, who's an extreme evangelist and expansionist and wants Israel to occupy the whole of the West Bank, it seems. That element of the right wing, and let's bear in mind, Anthony, many people say that they are white supremacists, those in America. But is there an alliance between them and the Zionist element of the far right in the Israeli government?
Well, very prominent alliance. And it's worth saying that it's partly because growing numbers of so-called liberal Jews in the West increasingly don't like Israel. There was a Washington Post poll that came out just last week, which found that a sizable proportion of Jews think that Israel's committing war crimes. About 40% thought Israel was committing genocide. Now, they still felt a majority of some connection to Israel as a Jewish state, and there was deep animosity towards the Netanyahu government. So to replace, so to speak, those liberal Jews who increasingly are so disillusioned, Israel for sure is embracing evangelical Christians. A lot of the money that Israel's now spending on propaganda is going to those communities to get Christian influencers, Catholic influencers to go to Israel, to go to Gaza and spread lies. And one of the most disturbing elements of these alliances is not just the evangelicals, but Israel openly and proudly backing the global far right. One quick example. In the last few days, the Israeli government has invited next week Tommy Robinson, a far right extremist from the UK, to visit Israel on a solidarity mission, including potentially to go to Gaza. Now, many Jewish groups, sane people, are saying this is absurd, this is crazy. How can you want to partner with someone and his followers who are so vehemently anti-Islam, anti-immigration, an extremist, essentially? And the argument is really clear. The Israeli government has doubled and tripled down, saying we see someone like him as our future. An alliance between Israel and the global far right makes sense if you understand where Israel is heading. A deeply authoritarian state, potentially Jewish theocratic, but as bad as that, the idea that the anti-Islam, anti-immigration rhetoric, which is growing in popularity in the West, is exactly what Israel represents, an ethno-nationalist state. So when you have someone like a Tommy Robinson or people like him, they admire Israel for that because they want to create a Christian ethno-nationalist state, in his case in the UK. That sort of alliance should deeply, deeply disturb us. And yet I don't hear enough Jewish groups, some yes, but not nearly enough Jewish groups condemning that. And they need to do it in the strongest possible terms.
Therefore, if any possible peace plan doesn't address the future of a Palestinian state, what is the purpose of it? Will it provide a longer-term security for Israel? Is Hamas not just the latest iteration of an armed struggle against occupation? And if there's no future hope of a Palestinian state, there will just be another group, presumably, that comes up.
which is what I would argue what Israel would ideally want. And it's why, for years, frankly, Israel backed and funded Hamas. People seem to forget this pretty important detail. Netanyahu, for years before October 7, was facilitating cash to go into Gaza to Hamas. Now, you're right, if Hamas disappears tomorrow, which they won't, but if they do, there'll be a replacement. And Trump's so-called 20-point plan really sets up the possibility of a long-term different form of occupation, not just in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. And when you have the growing Gazification of the West Bank, growing ethnic cleansing, removal of villages, Bedouins and Palestinians and many others, you have a model that has not really been addressed by Trump. In fact, the plan that Trump presented last week doesn't really seriously address that. Maybe he says he's against annexation officially, but there's annexation happening. It's been happening for years unofficially, and the Israeli government knows it. And it's worth just saying one thing on this point. Benny Gantz, a so-called Israeli opposition leader, wrote a piece in the New York Times a few weeks ago, which really revealed the reality and the delusion, in fact, that exists within the international community. That the problem here is Netanyahu. He basically says, no Israeli Jews support a two-state solution. None of us support a Palestinian state. We basically support the Netanyahu agenda, but we hate him. That's the summary of the piece. So if and when there's an Israeli election and when Netanyahu may well fall as prime minister and is replaced by a Naftali Bennett or somebody else, the agenda is clear. So Israel's trajectory is, to me, an incredibly dark one of long-term occupation because there's no prices that are being paid by Israelis. There's no economic pain at all at the moment. Now, yes, the economy is turning a little bit. And yes, as I said, at least $1 billion of arms deals have been severed in the last month, something I welcome. And more countries need to do that for Israel to face real economic pain. But until that happens, Israel feels, whether it's Netanyahu or someone else, profound impunity still to this day, an arrogance, a hubris. And that won't change until the economic situation evolves.
Anthony Lowenstein, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Well, we know Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, as the indirect negotiations are taking place. They're discussing President Trump's 20-point peace plan that's aimed at ending this conflict. It would see the redevelopment of the Strip, as well as a new temporary transitional government made up of Palestinian autocrats. But it will be supervised by the US and Europe. Donald Trump would be heading up the whole body. Here are just some of the main points. If both Hamas and Israel accept the deal, all remaining Israeli hostages will be released from the Gaza Strip within 72 hours. Alongside that, a number of Palestinian prisoners will also be freed from Israeli jails. It's a point of contention for the Israelis at the moment. Humanitarian aid will also begin flooding into the enclave if an agreement is reached. The deal says Hamas must disarm. Its members who commit to peaceful coexistence will be granted amnesty. Others will be allowed to leave Gaza. And Israel will have to pull its forces back and later fully withdraw once the stabilization force is deployed. No Palestinians will be forced to leave their land. You remember Donald Trump said that would initially be his desire, but not anymore. Anyone who leaves voluntarily, he says, will be allowed to return home. Xavier Abouid is here, a political scientist, a former communications advisor to the Palestine Liberation Organization. Xavier, good to see you. Before we get into the practicalities, there's this issue. As journalists, as analysts, the world is watching for 2 years and likes to look at the practical elements of what's happening, whether it be killing, whether it be diplomacy, whatever it might be. And we're asking the same questions for 2 years and not getting any answers. Does that right now leave us with only a moral and philosophical reflection because the practicalities have been meaningless and people are still being killed? The philosophy and moral position of humanity is important.
I fully agree with you, Adnan. Thank you for having me here. And I believe most importantly, Gaza is a failed test for the international system. I mean, we have so many principles that have been violated. For example, responsibility to protect. It's one of the most important principles that you could find on international humanitarian law over the past 2 decades. It worked in Libya, for example. Why did it work in Gaza? And eventually you have countries that continue to trade weapons. And what we've had now, which is an extraordinary movement internationally that has forced countries to take action. But if it wasn't for this, for people in the streets, in Europe, in the global south, you wouldn't have had any changes.
This peace plan at the moment seems to have so many holes in it. Has it now come to the point where almost Hamas is being forced into a position which Israel couldn't achieve militarily, but is achieving diplomatically with Trump's push?
Well, certainly that's one angle to look into this. And we have to say that Hamas is truly running out of options. I mean, not just globally, also regionally. And there is a need to end this genocide. Now, I think what President Trump wants to do with his plan is being able to show that he defeated Hamas through negotiations. And I believe that when you have this approach in any negotiations, I mean, what you may want to do is to focus on your interest. The interest is to return the captives. You can get it through negotiations. The interest is to have a government which is not Hamas. You can get it through negotiations. The interest is to perhaps demilitarize Hamas. That can also be reached through negotiations. But the narrative that is being presented is something that also matters. Why? Because whether people like it or not, there is a part of the Palestinian people that feels represented with Hamas. Now, their popularity is very low now, especially in Gaza, and that's a fact in all surveys you can see. But it's very important that people understand that the day after has to be built by Palestinians. And so in order to reach national unity, you also need to respect Palestinian political sensitivities, regardless on points like, for example, disarmament or having a demilitarized Palestinian state.
Yeah, okay, we'll come on to Palestinian unity in a moment. But first, some of the details of this plan that could be troublesome. Apparently, Israel wants to have a veto over which Palestinian prisoners are released from its jails. There's also the issue of how far they'll withdraw and then whether there'll be a full retreat from Gaza, because Benjamin Netanyahu, as soon as he came out of a meeting, his last meeting at the White House, he said, no, some of our troops will be in Gaza forever. So there's this issue of the prisoners and the withdrawal of the Israeli military. I mean, how are they going to get past these issues?
And also, context matters. I mean, we are talking about a state that has never respected a single agreement signed with the Palestinians. Never. I mean, if we go back from Oslo up until now, I mean, even Oslo, with how criticized it has been, if Israel was respecting Oslo, things would be much better both in Gaza and the West Bank. We would have an airport to start with. So, in other words, when you're talking about an agreement with Israel, the role of the third party, how they are going to follow up, accountability measures are the key to understand whether this is going to last or not. And so far, all we know is that we have an agreement on the table that grants two things within 72 hours. That all Israeli captives will go back home, and that Israel is going to withdraw its forces to something like 50% of Gaza. That's all we know. Anything else are details that have to be negotiated.
Okay. This issue of unity or lack of unity, you're also based in the occupied West Bank. You understand the different factions that make up the Palestinian leadership. And they've often been very, very at odds with each other. Is there a coming together because of what's happened over the past 2 years? Because without unity, it'll be very difficult.
I think the Palestinian people has a right to decide on its future. And I think now, if you have a survey, many Palestinians don't feel identified with any faction. And Hamas popularity, it's important to say, it's at a very low stage at this point, particularly in Gaza. But I think we should focus on the principles of what the Palestinian people want. The Palestinian people want a solution. No people wants to live under a foreign occupation. No people wants to live under a colonial settler enterprise. And again, I think it's important to say the legitimacy of all those international principles, they actually depend on what's happening in Palestine. That's why many peoples worldwide are in the streets, because they understand that if you normalize the crimes that are taking place in Palestine, it could happen anywhere. So I think when we are talking about national unity, the principles should be there, not like some international parties are presenting with regards to reforms on the educational system or reforms on the payments to Palestinian families of Palestinian prisoners or martyrs, but actually on having a national program to end the Israeli occupation. That would unify Palestinians.
Okay, Xavier, thank you very much. I know you're here for the whole day, so really, really appreciate the fact that you've come to Istanbul, especially to join us for our coverage. I'm going to hand you over to Yash.
Well, the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel provoked a massive air, ground and sea offensive that's killed more than 67,000 Palestinians and left most of Gaza in ruins. As the world's foremost forum for dialogue, the United Nations has been unable to find a way to peace, mainly due to Israel being backed by the power of the U.S. veto in the Security Council. From New York, our UN correspondent Frank Rosiado reports.
It's a grim scene that has been repeated many times in Gaza over the last 2 years. The lifeless body of a girl is dug out of the rubble following an Israeli airstrike.
It's just a wasteland. It's just flattened rubble. The first thing you see are dogs picking through the ruins, and they're fat because they're fat on the corpses.
Unimaginable scenes of displacement, loss, and the desperation of the Palestinians to survive.
We have in Gaza an horrendous situation, the highest level of death and destruction that I've witnessed in my lifetime.
The World Health Organization has reported that more than 66,000 people have been killed in Gaza since October 7th of 2023. 70% of those victims are reportedly women and children.
What I've witnessed in Gaza, I've never witnessed before. In this 2-year crisis, we have had many hospitals like Shifa, like Nasser Medical Complex, like Al-Ahli, like Kamal Adwan, etc., who all became non-functional.
And no one, not even UN staff and aid workers, have been safe. To date, more than 370 have died, most of them from the UN Relief Works Agency.
It is impossible to explain that for 2 years, the massacres have continued. We have a duty to bring the killing to an end, to bring the genocide to an end.
The U.S. has vetoed at least 6 Security Council resolutions calling for a ceasefire and humanitarian pause in Gaza. But last month, 142 countries in the General Assembly voted to adopt a non-binding resolution for a 2-state solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict. Publicly, most UN diplomats have expressed support for the U.S. 20-point peace plan to end the war in Gaza. However, the reality check here is that many envoys and experts believe it is unworkable and difficult to implement. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant in connection with crimes against humanity and war crimes in Gaza. But in the minds of many Palestinians, while they remain free, justice will be denied. Frank Uciardo, TRT World, the United Nations.
With us in studio is Ilana O'Malley, an Associate Professor of UN Studies in Peace and Justice at Leiden University. Ilana, it's good to have you back with us.
Thank you.
So we've spoken about the difficulties that the UN has in making a final decision to take action in Gaza. But one of the more positive aspects of the organization is, of course, its humanitarian work, namely UNRWA, which has been around for decades and continues to do vital work in Gaza. But of course, that work is now hampered because it's banned by Israel.
Right, exactly. So the UN is the primary humanitarian provider, especially has been for a very, very long time in Gaza. You know, even right before this conflict, for decades, the UN and UNRWA were the ones who were providing essential services in the Strip, but also in the occupied territories, in terms of education, food, social infrastructure, development, and in all kinds of senses. So we know the work of UNRWA has been hugely disrupted, you know, deliberately by the Israeli government by not granting visas to UN workers, but also by criticizing UNRWA, by making false claims about UNRWA's political stance. And this is very damaging to UNRWA's ability to provide this aid, to actually do their job. But also it's damaging to the neutral status of the UN, right? Because the UN's ability to perform humanitarian work in every context, especially in war-torn conflicts and in situations that are dangerous and that are tense, really relies on its neutrality, on its neutral status, on its non-aligned position as not being a party to the conflict. But the rhetoric coming from Israel, especially deliberately attacking UNRWA and individuals who work for UNRWA, especially Palestinians, accusing them of having these links to Hamas and to other organizations, has been very, very damaging for the status of UNRWA, but also for the reputation of the UN more broadly. And so this is really inhibited, of course, also the life provision functions that UNRWA and that other UN humanitarian outfits, such as the World Food Programme, has had. So it's all part of a deliberate effort by Israel to prevent any aid from really being provided in a substantial and in a systematic way to the Strip, but also to kind of get at the foundations of the UN's purpose in providing this humanitarian relief and in being able to do so not just in Gaza, but in other situations.
And when it comes to other situations, you speak about the neutrality that the UN is supposed to have. Yeah. Do many still believe that the UN is neutral?
Well, I mean, the UN is, again, you know, the embodiment of 193 member states, and it relies on its impartial status to perform its work in peace and security and economic and social development all around the world. So that neutral status is really, really important. You can say that political trends run through the General Assembly. That's always a useful barometer of where, you know, public political opinion is, and it seems very much, as we heard also in the bulletin there, with these successive resolutions with huge numbers in favour of criticising the Israeli government, of course, but also calling for an end to the genocide in Gaza, that the neutrality of the UN's members is it's not always kind of deliberately neutral. It's often quite political on a lot of questions. But again, we have to remember that also when we think about the individuals who work for the UN, one of the things that protects them, both the humanitarian workers but also peacekeepers and other places, is the fact that they're considered neutral agents, neutral actors, and preserving that neutrality and that reputation for the people on the ground is really, really important. And in many ways we can think then of two UNs, right? The UN that is on the ground in these situations, especially in Gaza right now, and then the political UN, which is about the diplomats and the political opinion. And so that's an important distinction between those two kind of arenas of UN activity.
Thank you so much for putting that into context for us, because then I do wonder, with the recent Palestinian recognition by so many other countries, mainly Western countries, at the UN, and I think important to note that the majority of the world recognizes a Palestinian state, and we often don't actually talk about that. We talk about Spain recognizing it, for example, when we forget there are 100 others who have for a very long time recognized this. But when it comes to those Western nations seeing this recognition, why is that so important at the UN?
So that's a great point. And I mean, I think it's worth emphasizing that the majority of the world's states recognised Palestinian statehood already for a very, very long time. So this recent kind of flurry of activity that we've seen by the Spanish recognition, but also the French recognition in the General Assembly last month, has really kind of produced this idea that now Palestinian statehood is more legitimate than it was, as if they haven't always claimed statehood, as if that claim hasn't always been legitimate. And actually, if it was recognised more quickly by these powerful states, then we may not be in the situation that we're in now. So that delegitimacy that they have tried to apply to that claim for a long time has had a kind of a negative impact on the campaign. But I think, again, more broadly, the reason why, you know, French and Spanish recognition gets such attention is because these are states with whom we hope there is some leverage over Israel. And so the question for me is not only, you know, it's fine to stand up and make a very nice speech in the General Assembly about how you recognise the legitimacy of Palestinian statehood, again, as if they didn't always have that legitimacy. But the question is, what are they going to do to put meaning behind that rhetoric? Are they going to talk seriously about sanctions against Israel? Are they going to lead a UN campaign for sanctions against Israel? Are they going to talk about a trade embargo? I mean, the EU itself, and France within it, hasn't been very strong at all on the Israeli kind of question of how the EU relationship with Israel should change, and so these are the places that I would look for meaning of that recognition. What is it actually going to lead to in terms of deliberate acts that will help end this genocide by really, in a tangible way, increasing substantial economic pressure on Israel to stop this war?
Tangible action absolutely is what needed. Alana O'Malley will continue the conversation in the coming hours. Thank you very much. Thanks. I'll take you now to my colleague Per, where he'll continue to look at the global civilian reaction to the Palestinian issue.
Absolutely. From Madrid to Dhaka, New York to Sydney, millions around the world have taken part in pro-Palestine demonstrations. These solidarity marches have grown into one of the largest global protest movements ever seen. In Europe, most capitals and major cities have seen mass rallies over the war in Gaza. In Italy, there's been several nationwide strikes. Just last week, 2 million people took in over 100 cities to voice their anger, calling for an arms embargo on Israel. In the Netherlands, an estimated 250,000 joined a Red Line protest in Amsterdam over the weekend. And tens of thousands have marched in the U.S. and Canada. American universities have become violent flashpoints between local law enforcement and students, with occupations demanding Washington cut military aid to Israel. In Latin America, anti-war demonstrators have filled the streets of major cities like Buenos Aires, Sao Paulo, Santiago. And here in Turkey, Istanbul's squares and mosques have hosted some of the biggest global rallies. In Bangladesh, Dhaka's March for Gaza drew a crowd of hundreds of thousands. From Lebanon to Morocco, pro-Palestine demonstrations have surged, adding to the global voices of condemnation over Israel's genocidal actions. In Sydney, nearly 90,000 crossed the Harbour Bridge in August, one of the biggest demonstrations outside of the Middle East. And similar marches have filled other cities in Australia and New Zealand under banners with the words "Humanity for Gaza." And there have been similar protests in places like the Philippines, Hong Kong, Denmark, Ireland, Luxembourg, pretty much everywhere. Now, in a moment, we'll be live in Dhaka with Mohammed Kamaruzzaman, in Islamabad with Kamran Yusuf. But first, let's head over to the Turkish capital, Ankara. Hassan Abdullah is there for us. Hassan, over these last couple of days, we've seen some very, very big protests happening here in Turkey. How important is this issue for the Turkish people, would you say?
Well, I think it's very clear that this has been at the very centre, not just of the Turkish public, but the various Turkish governments as well. This issue has been there, part of the agenda for a long time. Now, for example, if you talk to the Turkish government at the moment, they talk about the immediate priorities. They say, number one, an immediate ceasefire. Number two, provision of substantial and uninterrupted humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza. And number three, they talk about creating conditions to ensure a comprehensive search and rescue operation, given that at least 10,000 people are believed to be missing in Gaza at the moment. Now, the Turkish side is also talking about the international community coming together to stop what they describe as Israel's belligerent behavior. And they say that for that it's important that the international community comes together. Now, of course, there are a number of challenges they're talking about. For example, the challenge with the UN Security Council vetoing any substantial measures for a ceasefire or to ensure the provision of a humanitarian mission. So, of course, that is a concern for Turkey, for the Turkish public, as well as for the Turkish government. And this is where Turkey says that it has basically been trying to work with different partners and the international community, trying to mobilize greater support, internationalizing the case for Palestine. For example, the officials here say that it was Turkish efforts that resulted in a number of Western states also recognizing the state of Palestine. But of course, the priority, they say, is to go beyond that. It's about implementing those resolutions. It's about ensuring that Israel doesn't continue with its illegal activities, including the expansion of illegal settlements.
Hassan Abdullah live for us in Ankara. Thank you, Hassan. Let's head over now to Islamabad, where we have Kamran Yusuf. Kamran, what do the people there in Pakistan think about what's happening over in Gaza?
Well, like the rest of the world, particularly in the Muslim world, people in Pakistan are also angry what's been happening in Gaza, particularly in the last few years. And they are also, of course, upset the way international community, particularly the international system, really failed to come to the rescue of the people of Gaza and Palestine. And they are also, of course, not happy with the role played by the Muslim world. They feel that they could have done much more than they had already. So overall, the sentiment here is that Israel should be held accountable, while they are cautiously optimistic about President Trump's 20-point peace plan, but they are also concerned that there is no point or no clause for accountability what Israel has done. So certainly there is a lot of anger and frustration here in Pakistan on the streets, and we have seen over the last few days there have been series of protests that took place in different parts of the country, and there are more protests planned in the days ahead to support the Palestinian cause.
Kamran Yusuf live for us in Islamabad. Thank you. Let's head over to Dhaka. Mohammed Kamaruzzaman, the Bangladeshi people, how are they reacting?
Thank you very much. Actually, Bangladeshi people are so much disturbed due to the continuous genocide and massacre on Palestinians in Gaza. Actually, we see regular demonstrations here in capital Dhaka. especially after every weekly Jummah prayer. There are big demonstrations almost all over the country. And people in Bangladesh, they are trying to express their solidarity with the Palestinians, with their legitimate struggles. And even as they couldn't do anything significant, that's why people are expressing their solidarity through boycotting Israeli products here in Bangladesh. And there is a very popular slogan in Bangladesh for the last 2 years is from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. So this is a very popular slogan now. And now I'm standing in country's leading public university, Dhaka University. Here the students almost regularly demonstrate on this campus against the Israeli aggression and human rights violation in Gaza. The people are also condemning the weak role of the international community, especially the role of United Nations, because the people, especially the youth, they freely, frankly, and always say that the role of the international communities, US and other countries and United Nations is very weak. And even people are also expecting more role from the Muslim world, because Israel is staying in the middle of so many Muslim countries. They are continuing human rights violation and genocide before the civilized world, but nothing significant can be shown by the even Muslim world. So people are also so much frustrated, and they expect more a strong role from the global leaders as well as from the Muslim leaders.
Mohammed Kamruzaman with a view there from Dhaka. Thank you so much, Mohammed. Now let's bring in Hatem Bazian, a professor of Middle East cultures and languages at the University of Berkeley in California, joining us live. Very good to have you on the program, Professor. You heard there the view from Dhaka, from Islamabad, from Ankara, people basically around the world refusing to be silenced, coming out, voicing their anger. What's so special about this moment right now compared to what's been happening over these last couple of decades?
I think what we need to at least come into understanding that we have reached a tipping point in the global consciousness relative to Palestine. The understanding that the Palestinians demand for freedom, for liberty, for ending this constant violence that is used by the Israelis as a way to delay, to frustrate, to prevent Palestinians from actualizing their long-held aspirations. And what is very significant of this moment is that it actually transformed the world. We are actually in a world that is different than 2 years ago. It has exposed the double standard of international law. While people had a deep sense that international law has not been fairly and equally been implemented, what the genocide in Gaza has demonstrated is that this double standard is as clear as it can be. Also, what the genocide have made it very clear to all that the Western world ethics, moral compass, their rhetoric of having a position on human rights, on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or post-World War Universal Declaration and the Fourth Geneva Convention, it came to be very clear that the Western emperor has no clause, and Gaza has very much exposed this in a way that is irreversible. For quite some time, I think much of the global South was looking at the West, the United States, Europe, with an idea of an aspiration or a project of imitation, thinking that they will be accepted on an equal footing. I think Gaza have brought to an end this actual future horizon. And if there is any aspiration for the global South, Palestine and other places, it is not to be found in London, Washington, Paris, or any of those capitals that have been selling rhetorical positions, but actually Gaza demonstrated that these rhetorical position statements no longer are no longer welcomed, or actually can't really carry the day. And I think that's where we are in observing this moment that is a global in nature, but it definitely is reshifting and reorganizing the world like never before. Now, whether that will be sustainable to bring something different, I think that's where the major challenge in the days, months and years ahead.
Well, of course, and you've also heard there the voices from around the world calling for action, urging their governments to do more. And I just want to reference this UN commission that found that Israel has been committing genocide in Gaza. And that also comes with an obligation for international governments and countries to do everything they can to stop it. So why is the world incapable of stopping it from what it appears?
Well, I do think what we need to come and to reconcile ourselves that Israel is a Western project implant in our region. Israel was founded on the aftermath of the destruction of the Ottoman state and the signing or the coming into fruition the Sykes-Picot Agreement. So Israel is literally the spoiled child, the progeny of the Western project. And in it, the West continues to actually implement its policy, focused on the resources in the region, but also the trade networks, and the hegemony that is actually expressed in the region. The Fourth Geneva Convention is an obligation upon signatories to act to prevent acts of genocide. But as we say, or as we see, not only that the Western world has failed to actually act to stop the genocide, but actually I say they are co-producing of the genocide, not complicit, because complicity is one level. I think they are co-producers of the genocide by actually providing the military hardware and resources, providing the surveillance and the flight that has been flown over Gaza, providing the diplomatic cover, which the United States cast 6 vetoes, but also the European Union has continued to drag its feet to implement any type of measures that would translate into actually stopping Israel in the genocide.
So, Professor, let me just jump in here real quick. The fact that over these last 2 years, Israel has killed one child, even more than one child, every single hour for these 2 years. Does that not make it reasonable for governments to say, you know what, enough is enough?
I think that the populations in the West, the people in the streets, have been saying enough is enough. But I do want to remind everyone that Western atrocities in the global South is still to be taken into account. Just a few years back, we've been dealing with Iraq and over 1.5 million Iraqis. We've been dealing with Afghanistan. We're dealing with many places. And I do think that the world has reached to the understanding, the hypocrisy, the double standard, and the lack of adherence to a fair and equitable understanding of how international law need and ought to be implemented. And I do think that what we need is the government that recognize Palestine as a state. Recognition is a step, but we want actually substantive action that will bring an end to the co-production of the genocide. Immediate stopping of selling arms to Israel, an arms embargo should be in place. Just 2 days ago, FIFA actually kicked the ball down and saying that they are not going to take a position on Israel while it's in the middle of the genocide. Just compare the treatment of Russia in relations to the Ukraine. So
Professor, I'm going to have to unfortunately
leave
it there, but thank you so much, Professor, for joining us here on TRT World on this very special day. Now, we talked about protesters around the world taking to the streets, but also demonstrators in Latin America have also marched regularly to demand an end to Israel's attacks on Gaza. Now, after the Israeli Navy's recent interception of the Gaza aid flotilla, Colombia canceled its free trade agreement with Israel. Oriana Gonzalez reports from Mexico City.
Palestinian solidarity is surging in Latin America. Mexico City has seen several marches every month this year condemning the Gaza genocide. As the conflict in Gaza marks its second anniversary, protesters are becoming increasingly frustrated.
We have to keep marching to put a stop to this. It has gone too far. We are all human beings. We are all global citizens.
More than ever before, the world must keep protesting to demand justice for Palestine. Because if there is no freedom for Palestine, there can be no freedom anywhere else.
And the voice on the streets has been heard in Mexico's corridors of power. While Mexico's president has decried the genocide and violence in Gaza, the country's strongest official voice has been the president of the Mexican Senate. Gerardo Fernández Noroña has led Mexico's calls for concrete action to alleviate the humanitarian crisis.
We could take actions that aren't just symbolic. There are orphaned children living in constant terror in Gaza who we could welcome to our country. We have to do more. Break the silence, pick a side, fix our position, no matter the consequences.
Several Latin American leaders have openly expressed their support for the Palestinian cause. The presidents of Brazil and Colombia have expelled Israeli diplomats, while Chile's President Gabriel Boric has condemned Israel's actions. Following his remarks at a pro-Palestinian protest during the UN General Assembly in New York, Colombian President Gustavo Petro had his US visa revoked. Argentina, home to Latin America's biggest Jewish community, has been an exception to the regional rule. President Javier Milei has continually expressed his country's unwavering support for Israel.
In Argentina, for example, the Jewish community is not only large but also very influential. The position towards Israel depends, on one hand, on the influence of the United States in each country, and on the other, on the strength of the Jewish communities. That's why there will not be a single regional policy.
As Israeli strikes in Gaza continue claiming civilian lives, protests across Latin America remain united in opposition, despite the more cautious stance of many governments. Oriana Gonzalez, TRT World, Mexico City.
When the world turned its back, she stood up.
Filistin'e gitmek istediğini söyledi. Vazgeçmeyeceğini de biliyorum.
From the United States to the occupied West Bank, Ayşena Ezge Ege went to stand alongside the Palestinian resistance.
She was prepared for the risk of being arrested or being hurt, but I think the idea of being killed was so unprecedented for an international volunteer.
A young life full of promise, cut short by an Israeli sniper.
She was dying under an olive tree.
A community still in mourning.
I mean, our entire life has changed.
And fighting for justice.
Ben bir çiçek yetiştirdim. O çiçek gitti ama kimse sorumlu değil yani. Kimse sorumlu kalmıyor. Biz adalet istiyoruz sadece.
Under an olive tree on TRT World.
Benjamin Netanyahu is using his war on Gaza to reshape the security of the entire region, according to his vision. In the past 2 years, Israel has bombed Iran, Lebanon, Yemen, Qatar, Syria and Tunisia. The Houthis in Yemen and Lebanon's Hezbollah have both attacked Israel in solidarity with the people of Gaza. In return, they've been heavily pounded by Israel. Again, civilians have been caught in the crossfire, with Israel even invading Lebanon in October last year. Despite a ceasefire signed between Beirut and Tel Aviv in November, Israel continues to violate that agreement. Randolph Nogel reports.
In place of Hezbollah banners which lined Beirut's highways, now images of national unity. A Lebanese soldier saluting the flag with the message, "We are all with you." But national unity in Lebanon is elusive, complicated further by continued Israeli strikes in the south of the country. Shia communities bear the brunt of the attacks, losing loved ones, including children.
Today, the Lebanese government is responsible for this area. The resistance handed this responsibility over to the government after the ceasefire. When the resistance was in charge, it was setting the tone, protecting its people and children. We want the government to fulfill this role based on its commitments and pledges.
Hezbollah once dictated terms in Lebanon's sectarian system, but after the assassination of its longtime leader Hassan Nasrallah, and a spate of other Israeli strikes targeting its ranks and militia infrastructure, it's not the power it once was. Lebanon's government, elected in January, is intent on disarming the group. But Hezbollah has vowed to continue its resistance against Israel.
We will not allow disarmament. We will wage a Karbala-style confrontation because we are in an existential battle.
Israel has continued to launch attacks in southern Lebanon on a near-daily basis, despite a ceasefire agreement put in place in November last year, following months of Israeli airstrikes that killed thousands of Lebanese civilians. And while the Lebanese armed forces have made strides in dismantling Hezbollah control in southern Lebanon, the group and many of its followers believe it should keep its weapons.
And what incentive do they have to put their weapons down?
Zero. Zero. I mean, this is the problem, especially when Israel is attacking everybody. So if Israel is attacking Syria, Israel is attacking Lebanon, Israel is attacking Tunisia. As it goes on, their argument gets better and better, is we're here to protect the Lebanese from Israel.
2 years after Israel began its onslaught on Gaza, Hezbollah's involvement in the conflict has ultimately resulted in a new balance of power in Lebanon. The current coalition government now sees an opportunity to consolidate its authority, but some warn moving too quickly could spark civil unrest in what remains a deeply sectarian society. Lebanon is now left teetering at an inflection point, the beginning of a new path of national unity or another bout of conflict it can ill afford.
Well, let's speak to our correspondent, Randolph Nogel. He joins us from Beirut. Hi there, Randy. So at the end of your report, you say Lebanon is at an inflection point. How has this 2-year genocide in Gaza changed Lebanon?
Well, Yashni, perhaps nowhere outside of Palestine has a society been so reshaped over the past 2 years. 2 years ago, Lebanon had Hezbollah basically in charge of its domestic politics. It was the most powerful non-state actor in the region. Today, it is a power diminished. It certainly wasn't able to retain its stronghold in politics. We have a coalition government now that is seeking to disarm it. And of course, Israel's campaign last year, striking urban centers across Lebanon, killing around 4,000 people, left Hezbollah greatly dismantled, including the killing of its leader, Hassan Nasrallah. So this is a group now diminished, trying to perhaps find its footing, regain its clout in Lebanese society. The coalition government now seeing perhaps an opportunity not only to disarm the group, but also perhaps to implement the Taif Agreement. This is the agreement that ended Lebanon's bloody 15-year civil war more than 35 years ago. It also calls for the complete dismantling of the sectarian system. But first, the country will need to just stay secure and no more attacks from Israel. Now, while Hezbollah is diminished, it certainly still does have the power to reignite conflict. That's not something that we've seen so far. This tentative ceasefire that's been holding for nearly a year now is still in place. But if the coalition government being pressured by Israel through its proxy, the U.S. essentially. If it moves too quickly, it does risk perhaps unraveling some of those sectarian divisions that are still very much in place.
Randolph, just last month, Benjamin Netanyahu spoke about Israel becoming a super Sparta of the Middle East. What does that vision look like to him?
Well, first and foremost, Benjamin Netanyahu was talking about Israel as a super Sparta economic power. Really, this points to Israel's growing isolation, essentially preparing Israel to manufacture more of its own weapons, manufacture more of the basic goods that it needs to survive as international condemnation grows. This campaign on Gaza, massacring civilians, children, has really continued all through the months of international rulings condemning it as committing genocide. It's left it basically unaltered, and certainly there's a good deal of impunity in all of this. So Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu essentially going to go forward with its tactics of aggression by trying to maintain its economic viability in the face of growing condemnation. Of course, this also alludes to the fact that its regional hegemony has certainly expanded over the last 2 years, as we mentioned, attacking more than half a dozen countries in the region, occupying parts of southern Syria and southern Lebanon in violation of international law, in Lebanon in violation of the agreement that was made. The Lebanese armed forces essentially saying as early as 6 months ago that it has dismantled 90% of Hezbollah infrastructure in the south, but Israel continuing to occupy 5 parts of southern Israel. So as this campaign continues, it not only risks the economic viability of Israel in the future, but certainly the stability of the entire region.
Absolutely. Randolph Nogel in Beirut. Thank you very much, Randolph. And as Randolph was saying there, Israel wants regional hegemony. My colleague Per has more on that.
Yeah, it's not just Lebanon who's been on the receiving end of Israeli aggression. Syria has as well. Let's speak to Yunus Demiroglu, who's in Damascus right now for us. Yunus, it was really just hours after the fall of the Assad regime when Israel decided to occupy even more land from Syria. How would you say that those Israeli military actions have progressed in Syria?
Yeah, well, it's been just about almost 10 months since the fall of the Assad regime, and it's been 10 months of growing Israeli occupation inside of Syria. We already know since the 1974 armistice agreement that Israel occupied parts of Syria, mainly the occupied Golan Heights. But since then, they've pushed about 40 to 50 kilometers towards far away from where we are right now, which is the capital of Syria, in Damascus. And not only have they occupied more land, but they've kind of fueled some of the sectarian violence that Syria was already prone to. The Syrian government right now is trying to consolidate its power. It's trying to reunify all of these different factions and all of these different ethnic minorities. As you know, we just saw the elections that took place that could be said that they were successful, but Israel is kind of taking advantage of this opportunity. They understand that Syria does not have the military capabilities or the governmental capabilities to be able to reunify this country immediately. So they've been, from the very start, they've been carrying out attacks. They've already destroyed about 80% of Syria's military infrastructure that was left down from the Assad regime. So this really shows you the mentality of the Israeli government. They're not necessarily trying to foster and support this new government. They could use, as what the United States wants, is for Israel to use Syria as a buffer zone with Iran. But Israel has shied away from this. They've only kind of enemized this new Syrian government. They really don't trust this new Sunni Shia government, as they like to call it. They believe that, especially after October 7th, there is some sort of paranoia inside of Israel coming from outside of their regional neighborhoods. The U.S. desperately wants Israel to reintegrate into the Middle East, but the actions of Israel, not just towards Syria, of course, but towards the whole of the Middle East, are just only increasing volatility and instability and causing more enemies that necessarily weren't there in the first place.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're talking about the whole region now, and in terms of Israeli actions attacking countries like Syria, like Lebanon that we just heard, the volatility in the region, is that something that's also felt there in Syria. I mean, we know that Syria just had its first parliamentary election over these last couple of days, trying to build a new sort of democracy in the future. But then when you have these kind of actions from Israel, increasing volatility instead, what does that do to the sort of internal process in Syria?
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about the international community calling on Syria to promote some sort of inclusivity. But how is Syria supposed to include, for example, the Druze community in the south when Israel is not allowing the Syrian army to progress further down from Damascus? That is a huge area of land that Israel is currently maintaining military superiority over and not allowing Syrian army to move beyond that, below that. And because of this, simply because of this, Syria was not able to conduct elections in the Druze majority regions in the south, which just basically means that they were not allowed essentially by Israel to be able to be included in this new age, in this new government. But there's a phrase from Netanyahu that I think that's really telling. After Israel carries out an airstrike on Iran, he said, "Could you stop Ronaldo from scoring a goal?" So this is essentially the mentality of the far right-wing government as well as Netanyahu. It's not essentially about what the US wants, which is the expansion of the Abraham Accords, but it's about Israel being able to maintain some sort of superiority over its region and basically being the big boss in the region, if we can call it like that. And because we're not only seeing Syria carry out attacks on military infrastructure, if that was the case, if they were really afraid of the Syrian government, which does not have the capability to attack Syria and take land from Israel, for example, the occupied Golan Heights, they would not have attacked the presidential complex, which is really close by. They would not have attacked the Ministry of Defense, which was captured on TRT World cameras just a few months ago. It really shows you the mentality of Israel. They're trying to cause some sort of destability and chaos in the region, as we've been seeing for the past, essentially for the past 2 years now, but going on beyond that, in order to be able to ensue some sort of chaos and be able to expand their own goals. This, of course, fits in line with the far-right extremist religious ideology of the greater Israel. This is a big topic of concern for the people here, but it doesn't seem like it's actually drawing much reaction from the international community as a whole.
Yunus Demiroglu live for us in Damascus. Thank you so much, Yunus. Now let's head over to Adnan for more on the situation in Yemen.
Yeah, Yemen's Houthis have become central to what's happening in the region. Just like Hezbollah, the group is backed by Iran. It's thrown itself into the fight in defense of Palestine. It's been blocking and attacking ships linked to Israel. It's been firing drones and missiles at the country. Yusuf Sozar has this report.
When the Israeli war on Gaza began, Houthi leaders promised action. They said their fight was for Gaza and against Israel. Within weeks, the Red Sea became a battlefield.
In support of the oppressed Palestinian people, we announced a resumption of the ban on the passage of all Israeli ships in the Red Sea, Arabian Sea, Bab el-Mandeb and the Gulf of Aden. Any Israeli ship attempting to violate this ban will be targeted.
The U.S. Maritime Agency reports that since November 2023, there have been more than 110 separate Houthi attacks on commercial vessels in Yemeni waters. As a result, canal traffic dropped by 2/3 and port calls fell by as much as 85%. Shipping data says many vessels now sail the long way around Africa, burning more fuel and adding days to their journeys. The US and UK hit back with air and naval raids. Their strikes in early 2025 targeted Houthi radar sites, drone bases and missile launchers. Local reports said dozens were killed in Sana'a alone.
The Houthis need to stop these attacks. They need to stop them now. That's clear and simple. And they really need to ask themselves if they've bitten off more than they can chew when it comes to taking on the entire international community and negatively impacting billions of dollars in global trade, economic prosperity, and international law.
Israel has repeatedly hit Hodeidah this year. On May 5th, warplanes struck the port after a Houthi missile attack near Ben Gurion airport, damaging up to 80% of the docks. On July 21st and September 16th, another wave of strikes hit Houthi infrastructure, smashed repair docks and warehouses.
A few days ago, we eliminated most of the members of the Houthi government. In response, the Houthis fired on Ramon Airport 2 days ago. This did not relax our hands. We struck them from the air again today and also at other facilities.
The strikes shook Yemen's capital. Funerals of top figures followed. Yet, Houthi leaders vowed to keep fighting.
Our military approach to targeting the Israeli enemy, whether with missiles, drones, or the naval blockade, is a continuous, steady, and escalating one. Our approach is also to support the Palestinian people in every field, to the best of our ability, and to wage this sacred battle against the Israeli enemy, which is an enemy of the Islamic nation and of human society as a whole.
In Sana'a, crowds took to the streets.
We came out today to affirm to the entire world we are with the Palestinian cause and we will never abandon them.
After 2 years, Israel has turned its assaults on Gaza into a regional war. And unless diplomacy finds a way to calm the Red Sea, the cost for Yemen and others attacked by Israel is only set to rise. Yusuf Sosar, TRT World.
Let's go to Sana'a and speak to Yusuf Mauri. Yusuf, there's a lot of confusion about how much self-determination and agency these groups have that Israel insists are taking directions from Iran. Most other people say that, no, Hezbollah, the Houthis, whoever else, they make their own decisions. How do the Houthis fit into the regional dynamic?
Well, I can tell you that the Yemeni group does make its own decisions. When we're talking about the military operations that are conducted against Israel, they're not taking orders from Tehran. They're taking orders from the leader of the Ansarullah movement, Sayyid Abdel Malik Badruddin al-Houthi. He is the Yemeni revolutionary leader that took over the Yemeni capital back in 2015. And since then, it's been the group's foreign policy enacted and implemented. And of course, at the pinnacle of this foreign policy is resistance against the Israeli regime and resistance against the 75 years of Israeli military occupation of Palestinian land. Now, we've heard throughout the years that they are taking orders from Iran, that they are being supplied with weapons from Iran, but whether the weapons, yes, I guess you could say that Iran does supply these groups in the region with weapons, but so does also China and Russia. And Yemen, the Yemeni group hasn't been shy in signaling that, yes, they are receiving some type of military weapons from countries like China and countries like Russia. In fact, most of the weapons that are being used by the Yemeni group to attack Israel are Russian-made missiles. Russian-made missiles that were supplied to the previous Ali Abdullah Saleh regime before his reign came to an end after the Yemeni group took over power back in 2015. So they're not shy about receiving weapons from any nation, whether that be Russia, China, or Iran. But the decision-making is centered around the Yemeni group's ideological and revolutionary leader, who also continues to make it clear to the world that for Yemen, it's not just about ending the genocide in Palestine. It's about reversing the military occupation and ending the persecution of Palestinians by the Israeli regime.
So if there is a peace deal agreed, do you think the Houthis will stop attacking Israel, or is the anti-Israeli sentiment a much longer-standing policy that will continue? Because the danger is the peace deal doesn't mention about how Israel will react to the wider region. The danger could be that the Israeli military will then wage a war against the Houthis and destroy them.
Well, the group has been very clear. As soon as the genocide comes to an end and as soon as the siege is lifted, then the Yemeni group is going to bring an immediate end to their military attacks on Ben Gurion Airport, the port of Eilat, the port of Haifa, and various other Israeli military sites there. You won't see any more drones, hypersonic missiles, and ballistic missiles being launched from Yemen if the ceasefire holds. However, I think the biggest weapon that the Ansarullah Houthis have in their possession is the blockade of the Red Sea and restricting access to Israeli shipping through Bab el-Mandeb in the Red Sea. that's the biggest card that's on the table for the Yemeni group that they will continue to leverage against Israel, given any of its military aggressions, whether that be against not just Yemen and not just Gaza, but according to the Yemeni group, any other Arab Muslim country in the region. So, for example, if Israel was to carry out attacks against country, Syria or Lebanon, then the Yemeni group has threatened to reimpose the naval blockade on all Israeli shipping, which, of course, as you can guess, would perhaps lead to some sort of retaliation by the Israeli military, which would in return also result into another response from Yemen. Hypersonic missiles, new weapons that are being introduced, the fragmented warhead hypersonic missile that the Ansar Allah Houthis have recently released will be used and will be leveraged again to target Israeli sites. However, I think when we look at the overall picture, I think we're seeing future escalation between Yemen, between the Ansar Allah Houthis and Israel, because Yemen, the Yemeni group believes that they have a settle to score. They still have a settle to score with Israel because, Israel did destroy Sana'a International Airport. Israel did destroy all of the Yemeni aircrafts here in the capital, Sana'a. They did destroy large parts of the port of Hodeidah, including the port of Hodeidah, the port of Ras Isa, and the port of Salif. And, that has damaged Yemen's economy, that has prevented access to basic necessities that flow and are imported into the port of Hodeidah. So if I was a betting man, I'd bet that the future holds a potential large-scale conflict between Yemen and Israel, whether the ceasefire holds or whether we see a new ignition of regional escalation, which will mainly focus where Israel is going to mainly focus on deterring Yemen's military capabilities and attacking the Ansar Allah group, which still poses a grave threat to the Israeli economy. The Yemeni group has been able to prevent Israel's access to 30% of its trade economy, which flows into Asia through Bab el-Mandeb and through the Red Sea. That's the biggest concern for Israel, not so much just the hypersonic and drone missiles attacks from Yemen, but mainly their economy, which is dependent on access through the Red Sea, which the Yemeni group has mentioned they will continue to impose the blockade for as long as Israeli aggression continues in Palestine or anywhere else in the Muslim and Arab world.
Yusuf Mauri in Sana'a, thank you very much indeed, Yusuf. Okay, so that's Lebanon, Syria and Yemen attacked by Israel. Also, of course, Iran. They engaged in a war recently. Per?
Yeah, Iran has played a central role in forming, funding and supporting armed groups opposed to Israel across the region. Yet Tehran tried to stay out of any direct confrontation after Hamas attacks against Israel in 2023. Well, that all ended in June of this year when Israel and the U.S. waged a brief but deadly 12-day war against the country. Reza Hatami reports from the Iranian capital.
Following Hamas-led Operation Al-Aqsa flood in 2023, Iran celebrated the attack, but insisted it did not play a direct role. But within months, Israel crossed what Iran considered its red line. There were 2 rounds of direct exchanges between Israel and Iran, in April and again in October 2024, after Israel's assassination of senior Iranian commanders, as well as Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. Tehran began nuclear talks with the incoming Trump administration in April, amid threats of a military assault if no deal is reached. 5 rounds of negotiations were held in Oman and Italy, with representatives leaving the table feeling optimistic.
Certainly, the armed forces of the Islamic Republic will inflict heavy blows on this wicked enemy. This nation stands with us, stands behind the armed forces and Islamic Republic, and God willing, will overcome the Zionist regime. The dear people should know this. Be assured, be rest easy, that there will be no leniency in this regard.
But the promised 6th round of talks never happened. Just 2 days before a scheduled meeting in Oman, Israel launched a surprise attack on Iran. Tehran was caught off guard after several of its military leaders and nuclear scientists were assassinated.
Both sides are expected to present their views on these proposals and solutions, and the next round of negotiations will be scheduled and held accordingly. I hope that if these solutions receive serious consideration in the capitals, we will be able to move into more detailed discussions in the next round.
The brutal aerial war lasted 12 days. Tehran launched missile attacks, while Israel carried out precise strikes on Iranian targets. The conflict ended after the U.S. entered the war, attacking Iran's nuclear facilities. Tehran responded with a missile strike on a U.S. base in Qatar. Despite heavy losses, Iran's ability to enrich uranium survived. The war was seen as not only targeting military sites, but also as an attempt to shake Iran's political foundation.
One of the objectives was to overthrow the government in Iran. They were banking on internal tensions and uprisings, the idea being that, as a result of foreign attacks and the blows inflicted on the government, people would rise up from within and accelerate the government's collapse.
Israel is signaling that the war is not over. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reaffirmed that his forces will strike the Iranian axis again.
Let's go live now to Tehran, where we have Reza Hatami live for us. Reza, you mentioned two key things there, the nuclear aspect and also the political aspect of the leadership there in Tehran. We know that, well, Iran claims that it's a civilian nuclear program, but in terms of the political aspect, the same leadership is still in power in Tehran. So does that mean that we might actually see another direct conflict between Iran and Israel?
Yes, the probability is always there. We have heard comments and threats by Israeli officials, by Benjamin Netanyahu himself, that has said he will strike the Iranian axis again. Comments from other Israeli officials, all of them threatening that they will attack Iran again. These threats are taken seriously here. And you mentioned the nuclear aspect, and the nuclear aspect has not been resolved as of yet, as we know that Iran is in possession of more than 400 kilograms of highly enriched uranium, 60% enriched uranium, and Iran maintains the ability and the expertise to enrich uranium further. And this is something that Iranian leaders have time and again said, that you cannot bomb the knowledge away. The knowledge is still there. The political will is still there. We can still enrich uranium. But yes, Iranian leaders try to stay away from this conflict. First, after October the 7th, 2023, they said that they had no role or prior knowledge of the attacks. After repeated Israeli provocations in the form of attacks on Iranian targets in Syria, Iran showed self-restraint. But after clear Iranian red lines were crossed at least twice or three times, first after Israel attacked Iranian consulate in Damascus in April 2024, and after Israel assassinated Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran and Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, Iran did retaliate against Israel, but Iran's response was calibrated in a way not to lead to a major war, a major conflict with Israel. We know that Iran did engage in nuclear talks with the Trump administration in order to peacefully find a way, but this is something that Iran hadn't do. I mean, Iran did not agree to hold nuclear talks with the Trump administration during his first term, but this time around Iran accepted. But despite all of Iran's reservations, we had this brutal 12-day war. And Iran says, yes, another war is a probability, is likely, and its armed forces are on high alert.
And of course, those UN sanctions are also back in place on Iran following those failed talks with the E3 countries. But Reza, when it comes to Iranian support of the Palestinian cause, the people in Gaza, is there a strategy in place from Tehran?
Well, Tehran says that it will not surrender in its regional policies, meaning that it will continue to support the Palestinian resistance, it will continue to support the Lebanese resistance, and it will continue to support the Houthis. We know that Iran is against Hamas and Hezbollah handing over their weapons. However, Iran has not publicly objected to Trump's peace plan. but Iran says that it will continue to support the Palestinian resistance politically, economically, if possible, militarily. On top of that, Iran has called for Islamic unity against Israel. Iran has called on all Islamic countries to sever political and especially economic ties to Israel, reaffirming, and highlighting Iran's position that Israel is not only a threat to Iran, Hamas, Hezbollah, but is a threat to all Islamic countries. Iran highlights Benjamin Netanyahu's comments of Greater Israel, as I said, adding that Israel is a threat to all Islamic countries, even to those countries that have better relations with Israel. And also Iran is calling for legal action and supporting legal and judicial action against Israel at the international judicial bodies.
Reza Tami, live for us from Tehran. Thank you so much, Reza. Now, I want to take you briefly to the skyline above Gaza. These are live pictures coming to us. What appears to be another bombing taking place in Gaza this morning. This is the second anniversary of October the 7th. And right now, Israel keeps on bombing Gaza, even though Donald Trump has told Israel to back off, stop the bombings, allow these negotiations taking place in Egypt to be as good as possible. But of course, there have been voices from inside of Gaza and across the region saying that, well, you know what, as long as Israel keeps on bombing Gaza, these negotiations are just going to be more and more difficult. So this is what we're seeing happening in Gaza at this very moment. Now, Qatar has played a key mediation role in navigating a path towards peace for the people of Palestine. Days after Israel hit Doha targeting Palestinian leaders, U.S. President Donald Trump signed an executive order declaring any attack on Qatar that would be viewed as a threat to peace and security of the United States. But the attack on Doha at the time, well, it sent shockwaves not only throughout Qatar, but also across neighboring nations. Christina Simic reports.
A united front in Doha following an unprecedented attack by Israel. The Qatari Prime Minister told CNN that Benjamin Netanyahu needs to be brought to justice.
We were thinking that we are dealing with civilized people. That's the way we are dealing with the other. And the action that he took, it's very, I cannot describe it, but it's a barbaric action. He's breaking every law. He broke every international law. He's starving people in Gaza. He's doing all these rogue actions in the entire region. What's next? What's next for him?
Netanyahu threatened to strike the country hosting negotiations between Hamas and Israel again, acting with impunity despite growing international outrage.
I was meeting one of the hostages' family that morning, the morning of the attack. Carrying a message that the families, they are counting on this mediation. They have no other hope for that. And I think that what Netanyahu has done yesterday, he just killed any hope for those hostages.
This attack requires an Arab, Islamic, and international response to confront such aggression. We stand fully with the state of Qatar in whatever measures it takes, without limit, and we will dedicate all our capabilities.
For 2 years, Qatar has been a key mediator, along with Egypt and the US, paving a path to peace between Israel and Hamas. According to the Wall Street Journal, US President Donald Trump held a heated phone call with Netanyahu after the strike and told him that targeting political leaders of the Palestinian group in Doha was not wise and that it could backfire diplomatically.
There is like a very minimum level of manners and ethics. This has crossed it.
But while Trump has expressed his disappointment over Israel's actions against a US ally, it seems Washington's ties with Tel Aviv are not strong enough to deter it. For now, all eyes are on how the region will respond to its increasingly hostile neighbour. Christina Simic, TRT World.
Now let's go back and look at what's happening on the ground in Gaza at this very moment. Just a few seconds ago, we saw smoke rising up in the sky above Gaza following another Israeli explosion. This is the second year of Israel's genocide against the people of Palestine. And we've heard about several explosions and smoke in Gaza City and also east of the city. So far, at least 7 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli airstrikes on Tuesday. And that is even though Israel says it's now in defensive mode when it comes to its operations in Gaza. Now, international law is quite clear about the obligations of belligerents during armed conflict and those of an occupying power. Israel is violating many of them in Gaza, where its blockade has weaponized food. Denying the passage of aid, including food, water, medicine and medical equipment, is just one of its illegal moves. With famine now declared in northern Gaza and spreading across the enclave, people are eating meals made of animal food, bread baked from bird seeds, drinking tea brewed from sticks and leaves. Hundreds have died of starvation and malnutrition.
This is what starvation looks like. Bodies reduced to bone, lives ended not by violence, but by the absence of food. Ahmed was once a healthy, playful boy. That was before Gaza siege turned hunger into a daily struggle for survival.
Many nights I would wake up and find Ahmed awake. I would ask him what was wrong, and he would tell me he was hungry or that his body ached terribly. I felt so much pain. My heart was burning, and I didn't know what I could do for him. I was losing my son slowly, day by day.
For Hannah, even the simplest food has become impossible to find.
My son had celiac disease since 2014, and he recovered. But during the war, his health began to fail again. He needed special food, yet we barely even had flour to eat. Ahmed saw bread only 2 months in those 2 years. Imagine being sick and starving for years under siege. His immunity collapsed, and he died.
Ahmed's story is one of hundreds. Doctors say Gaza's hospitals are now words of hunger. Children wasting away as their bodies shut down.
For months, Israel has combined bombardment with starvation. Tens of thousands of Palestinians suffer from malnutrition. Many have reached the most dangerous stage of food insecurity.
The United Nations says Gaza's entire population now faces catastrophic hunger, a crisis it describes as the worst anywhere in the world. It warns famine could soon become widespread if it continues to be blocked.
My nephew suffered from starvation. Even at the hospital, there was no food and no treatment. He was displaced from Gaza City, living in a tent by the roadside. Most of what we eat isn't even suitable for animals.
In Gaza, hunger has become deadlier than bombs. Mothers like Hannah bury their children not from wounds, but from emptiness. Abdul Wahab Hamid, TRT World, Gaza.
Now, Mohammed Shahada is the Chief of Communications at the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor. He's also a visiting fellow in the Middle East and North Africa program at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Very good to have you here in the studio.
Okay.
You haven't been back to Gaza for about 7-8 years. That's when you left. Gaza City is your hometown. Now that you're seeing what's happening in your hometown, entire neighborhoods wiped out, what do you think?
Many things. The first one is that words do not have meaning anymore. And that's the phrase that everyone I know in Gaza keeps repeating. It's precisely why you had the UN saying that the language, human language that we have now is insufficient to describe what's unfolding there. They said we need a new language to be invented to describe the atrocities. And it's on many levels. One of them is that early on I would speak to family, friends, colleagues in Gaza, discuss hope, despair. At some point, some of them would wish death upon themselves to get some rest from all of this genocide. But recently, it's been only silence. My colleagues on the ground are expecting and experiencing some exceeding difficulty in collecting testimonies because people don't see a point in speaking anymore. So now silence has taken over. And it's coupled with another thing. Basically, Israel is trying its best to turn my family and loved ones into rats, scurrying for food and shelter constantly. They push them from one area to another, run to Rafah, then they bomb them in Rafah, run to Gaza City, then they bomb them there. And I still have family in Gaza City at the moment. They didn't get any aid in Gaza City for a week. Now it's been cut off from the rest of Gaza from last week. And the bombardment there did not stop a single minute. It's coupled with these swarms of drones that Israel is unleashing in every neighborhood that are shooting at people indiscriminately. And the most frightening of all are these armored personnel carriers that Israel turns into robotized vehicles. They fill it to the brim with explosive material and send it and detonate it into densely populated neighborhoods. So there's dystopia, there's genocide, there's apocalypse, and then there's Gaza. It's beyond any of this.
You yourself, not being able to travel into Gaza, I know it's sort of a one-way street, you can't actually get in there. Is it frustrating not being able to be there to help your family and friends in this very difficult situation?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to live with a huge amount of survivor guilt, and then at the same time you have to chronicle everything that's happening there. That's my basic job, is to chronicle the death, the destruction, and to look at satellite images, videos, analyze which neighborhood is still there, which is not. And by now there's virtually nothing left, and Israel is precisely going into Gaza City to finish the job. With aerial bombardment alone, it's not enough to annihilate a city. So even though Israel heavily bombed Gaza City repeatedly and invaded it multiple times, there were still some buildings half standing. I still have family that are staying literally in collapsed buildings. They just burrow through the rubble. They put up tents on top of their destroyed homes and stay there. But that's precisely why Israel moved in with bulldozers, not necessarily only the tanks, but the bulldozers, the machinery on the ground, to do exactly what they did to Rafah, to Khan Yunis, to Jabalia, Beit Hanun, Beit Lahia, to make sure that there's not a single building standing. And that's what they're doing precisely right now. Most of the destruction in Gaza is demolition work. The overwhelming majority of destruction is not the result of combat or airstrikes or battles. It's methodical, systematic, patient. Israel brings in settlers through contracting companies to knock down every single home that is left.
It's easy to draw the conclusion that this could even be part of Donald Trump's vision for a Riviera, the Trump Riviera, or even an Israeli vision of eventually going in and taking over Gaza. But I also want to talk about these human rights violations. That is what you're working with, collecting evidence. What are some of the things that you've seen over these 2 years of genocide happening?
Well, everything that I've seen defies basic expectations, rationality, human sense. For example, incidents of mass graves where Israel would kill people and then leave the bodies on the street until international delegations are coming in. And then they would sweep the bodies away with bulldozers, mix it with the rubble, and then bury it underneath. Or you have other incidents where Israel would methodically, systematically shoot children in the heads, in the skulls, in the chests, and they would take it as a target practice. So one day, you had testimonies from doctors who say one day kids are shot in the upper torso, another day they're shot in the testicles, another day. So it defies any basic human expectation. Like there's a level of brutality on display there that cannot be even explained as genocide. With genocides in modern history, you always had this vested interest to deny it by the perpetrators. In Israel, the overwhelming of evidence of the genocide in Gaza is documented with enormous glee and satisfaction by the soldiers themselves. They post it on Instagram, on TikTok, on Twitter, and they expect to be uploaded back at home. They expect to be more popular with their families. And that dynamic is something I've never seen in any other conflict.
I mean, the things you describe about kids being used as target practice, it's just, it just makes you want to cry. When you speak about these things, and you yourself living in a Western country, do you feel that people listen to you? Are they hearing your voices? Are they hearing those testimonies? Or is there still sort of a taboo against speaking out against Israel and Israeli actions?
I try. I've been trying repeatedly. It's like a Groundhog Day. I meet the same European officials, members of parliament, foreign ministries, public, etc., over and over and over again, repeat the exact same stuff, the same testimonies. It softens hearts and minds a lot. But then you see basically the biggest betrayal of Gaza is not coming out of this satanic evil. It's coming out of basic greed, cupidity, ignorance, cowardice, careerism, cynicism, I've heard it countless times. I lost count of it. How many times European officials would tell me, yeah, I know it's ugly, I know there's genocide, but if I speak about it, I would lose my job. Or others that are hoping to get a promotion in the job, and it's completely insane. Like, one thing that I keep trying to repeat to them is basically Israel has what is called the mosquito protocol. That's the literal name of it. Where every neighborhood they would go into, they would pick up some people, dress them up in IDF uniform, and not only use them as human shields, they would literally use them as bait, to bait Hamas militants to come out and engage with them, or to bait them going into booby-trapped areas to get blown up. And if they survive, by the time that their use is over, in many cases we documented that the IDF would murder them on the spot. That's why it's called the mosquito protocol. And I would tell these things over and over and over again, expecting some sort of outrage. You get it behind closed doors, but not in front of a camera, not in public. I was once at a meeting with a top European leader, and behind closed doors, he said, Israel is annihilating Gaza. They're systematically wiping out everything to make sure it becomes uninhabitable. So as soon as the war is over, there would be nothing left and people would leave. And then he left the room and stood in front of a camera, literally in the same event, with a public event following the closed door discussion. He didn't say a single one of these words.
But do you know why? Why is that?
As I said earlier, it's the political constraints, it's basic political expediency. You have basically Western governments still dealing with Gaza as some sort of a crisis to manage, as some sort of like a reputational risk or PR stunt, rather than the biggest crime against humanity in the modern 21st century.
Well, Mohammed, we do appreciate you coming in to tell these stories so that the world can actually hear what's happening on the ground. And as you know, there are ceasefire negotiations happening at this very moment in Egypt. Adnan, you've got more on that.
Yeah, Per, thanks very much indeed. We're going to get Mohammed to join me on the set here in a moment. President Trump says he believes there's a very good chance of making a lasting deal to end the war. Indirect talks between Israeli and Hamas negotiators underway in Sharm el-Sheikh at the moment. Both sides want clarifications on key details of the American plan. They include the disarmament of Hamas, the troop withdrawal that the Israelis are supposed to undertake, and also the future governance of the enclave. Joel Flynn explains.
Better known for its tourism than hosting talks, Egypt's resort city of Sharm el-Sheikh may yet be where peace for Palestinians in Gaza can finally be secured. Delegations from Israel and Hamas have already begun indirect negotiations here behind closed doors. Both have endorsed the overall principles of a deal. That would see the fighting in Gaza end, the remaining hostages held by Hamas freed, and aid finally pouring into the enclave. Footage of the chief negotiator for Hamas, Khalil al-Hayya, claimed to show him in a public appearance on Saturday. Speaking about the loss of his sons during Israel's war on Gaza, al-Hayya has become increasingly influential in Hamas as the top officials have been killed over the last 2 years. The plan has been brokered by Donald Trump. The White House says the US president and his administration is pushing for a deal to be concluded as soon as possible.
If certain things aren't met, we're not going to do it. But I think we're doing very well, and I think Hamas has been agreeing to things that are very important.
Other countries have also talked up the prospect of this latest deal succeeding. Iran was supportive of any initiative that ends the killing in Gaza, cautioned, however, that the current plan still had dangerous dimensions and risked obstruction from Israel. Some have also warned a deal must be made quickly. Germany says an agreement needs to be secured by the end of the week, with both sides being responsible for it.
We welcome Israel's agreement to this plan. Now, it is Hamas's turn. Israel also has a responsibility to ensure a smooth transition between the different phases of the plan. We need the ceasefire for Gaza as soon as possible so that the hostages can be released and the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza can finally come to an end.
On the ground, though, the suffering continues. Gaza is barely 400 kilometers away from Sharm el-Sheikh, but may as well be in another world. Some Palestinians here have talked of hope that these latest negotiations may be able to finally end the killing. If it can't, there is little idea what else can be done. Joel Flynn, TRT World.
You heard Per speaking with Mohammed Shahada. Mohammed is back here now, Chief of Communications at the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor, also visiting fellow in the Middle East and North Africa programme at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Mohammed, before we get into the practicalities of the peace plan that Donald Trump has presented, I wanted to pick up what you were talking about with Per earlier, because you said that words have no meaning anymore. And you're talking about children being shot in the head and then being shot in the stomach, being shot in the legs, being deliberately targeted. And this is what I came back to earlier, is that are we left now with just a moral and philosophical perspective that we can take, because all of the practical analyses have proven incorrect. No one has understood how this will end. They are just words that we are talking while people are dying. And you are from Gaza, so it's, you have the intellectual analysis of what's happening, which is almost impossible to understand.
Yeah, absolutely. You basically try every day to document the worst atrocities imaginable. One of the things that I documented at some point was Israeli soldiers themselves bragging about running over Palestinians alive and dead with tanks, turning their bodies into mush, literally turning them into paste. And they would brag about it openly. One soldier was saying, I stopped eating meat after going into Gaza because there was meat everywhere. And this is literally the goo, the paste that they turn Gazans into in the hundreds. And I try, after this exercise of documenting all of it thoroughly, to keep this calm demeanor when I try to narrate it to European officials. And then you try to put a positive spin of some policy recommendation, some way out, some sort of like forward-looking path. And you understand that there is none as you're saying it, because you know the people are listening there just to put another check mark on a list that they listen to a Palestinian, and that's about it. It's very devastating. And I keep telling European officials, most of the times that I go into those meetings, I say as the first thing, this is fraud, this is a sham. You're bringing me here over and over again to say the exact same stuff. And it's only to legitimize your fancy paychecks, your fancy titles, your performance, your place in the hierarchy in the organization, your political ambitions, etc. And that's about it. But I choose to engage with you over and over and over again because of my survival guilt. I literally lie to myself and say, maybe there's a 1% chance I can change somebody's mind. I've changed a lot of minds, but the result of it is nothing to show substantially on the ground. People would be in tears behind closed doors, then in public they go back to robotic mode. It's schizophrenic.
Regarding the future of Gaza's civilians, who are obviously the vast majority of 2.1, 2.2 million residents, do you see many of them actually staying in Gaza if the peace deal is agreed while the enclave is being reconstructed? Because Donald Trump has this idea that, okay, fine, we'll rebuild it and you can come back if you want. He may know in his mind that it's going to take 10 years to rebuild Gaza. Families will have had children by then and will be settled wherever they're living. They may never come back. Gaza may never be the same again, whether there's a peace deal or not.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, I have people in Gaza that are begging to go out, but with a caveat that they only want to go out for medical treatment, for healing, to basically get some different air, to get some normal life, and then return. I also have people who are still saying, we don't want to leave. I have a colleague in Gaza City, Nada, who was a breastfeeding mother throughout this genocide. At some point, she wrote me and said, Muhammad, we don't have any drinking water. We barely have salty water. I cannot breastfeed anymore. What should I do? Give me practical advice. What should I do when my son starves to death? She took it as an eventuality. And at some point, I was trying to give her hope. And I said, Nada, we're going to try to figure some way out to get you out of Gaza. And her answer was like, why can't I stay here? And then I have a whole group of Palestinians from Gaza outside in Sweden, in Denmark, in Egypt, all around the world, who want to go back as soon as there is an opportunity. You have to understand the main reason why Israel is going into Gaza City at the moment, it's because despite the heavy, indiscriminate carpet bombing of the city, people wanted to stay there. They refused to leave. At some point, I asked the neighbor, he said, don't worry, we are managing, we're building some life. That was a couple of months ago. And then I said, please, just take a video of the neighborhood, show me what it looks like. And he was literally staying in a collapsed building. In the bottom floor, the ground floor, half of the building is fully collapsed. The other half is about to collapse. He put some plastic wrapping between the pillars of the building and made it as a room, and he's staying there. He showed me around. It's an apocalyptic scene where every single high-rise building is annihilated. But then you see in the ground floor here, in the first floor here, people are still trying to make a living. People are still trying to survive. And that resilience in Gaza, although it's a cruel word to say, but there is a huge resilience there. It's the reason why, despite everything Israel tried to throw at Gazans, you have this social cohesion, people trying to support each other, that is maintaining some survival.
We could look individually at the 20 points of the plan that Donald Trump has presented, but it might be actually more helpful to look at the attitude that the plan shows. You must almost certainly have noticed that every time Donald Trump speaks about Gaza, he doesn't use the word Palestinian. He doesn't use the word Palestinians about the people. He says those people or those who live there. He only says Palestinian when it comes to a political entity, like a Palestinian body will be in charge. That says that he doesn't have the future of the Palestinians in mind. He's thinking about them as a nuisance rather than someone that needs help. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not only Trump. I've heard it from European officials who told me to my face that there are leaders out there who want to see the genocide happen because they see Palestinians as a hurdle. They see them as an economic burden, that if Palestinians are gone, it's going to make everything easier for them. But even with the Trump plan, an earlier version of it was actually not so bad. It was horrible in many ways, but it didn't mention the Blair-Trump Board of Peace colonial structure. But even when it came to the mention of Palestinians, it said the citizens of Gaza. It did not say the citizens of Palestine. Netanyahu got so mad at this, he spent 6 hours with Ron Dermer, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner to edit every single thing that he didn't like. And one of the first edits was to change citizens into the people of Gaza because we're not supposed to be citizens at all. Our presence there is only temporary, and it's a matter of how to get rid of us. And you see, when you look through the plan, there's a whole set of incentive structure that is there to push people out rather than to keep them there. So you basically have all the talk about humanitarian aid, and that's about it. You have the talk about the Board of Peace deciding what happens to Gazan territory, to the land, to the gas field in the Mediterranean, etc. And then you have the talk about that people would be allowed to leave. Nobody's going to stand in the way. And the choice that people would be told is either you stay here and perish by starvation, bombardment, or Israeli unexploded ordnance, or you leave. Once you've left, they would create all sorts of hurdles, obstructions to make sure you never come back. Like even before October 7th, it took me about 1.5 years to be able to travel out of Gaza, to just petition for a permit to go out of Gaza for a short trip. And once it takes you 1.5 years to go out, would you try to go back with the full knowledge that you would be caged there, possibly permanently?
The dehumanizing language is obviously intended to make people around the world feel that that mother is not the same as my mother, that father is not the same as my father. Mohammed, it is said that in human experience, the most painful thing that can happen to anybody is to see the death of their child. What will all of those parents in Gaza think if there is a peace plan that actually doesn't address justice at all? Of course, it's a relief not to have a bomb dropping on your head, not to have an Israeli soldier pointing a gun at you.
When you've been through a genocide, an experience where you feel that the whole world has turned its back on you, it can turn you into many things. I've seen it. Comparisons are sometimes inappropriate but helpful. For example, I've seen it with friends whose parents survived the Holocaust. And one of my friends, he said that his mother was asked once, the day you were liberated from Auschwitz must have been the happiest day in your life. She looked in shock and contempt and said, happiest? That was the worst day in my life, because that's when I got the mental energy to process what it means to lose every single member of your family. And I've seen that experience turning people into, it's like a lottery, it's a closed box. It can turn you into a pacifist, it can turn you into a cynical person, it can make you cruel, it can turn you into a very pragmatist person. But the bottom line is that you have an overwhelming majority in Gaza that just want to live. That's the biggest dream. That's the biggest thing that hurt me. Every time I see another friend getting killed or another family member getting murdered, the first thought that comes to mind is that they died before they ever got a chance to experience living a single day in normal life. The average person in Gaza never met a single person from the outside world, not even from the West Bank. They've never stepped a foot outside of Gaza. They've never seen an airport or an airplane or a river or forest or a wood. It's a cage. It's a human cage.
It's quite bizarre how this war on Gaza is still, for some people, a matter of perspective, when for most of the world, it seems obvious what is happening. Mohammed, thank you very much indeed. Really, really appreciate it. We're giving you special coverage on the second anniversary of the beginning of Israel's military assault on Gaza. We know at least 67,000 people have been killed in the enclave over the past 24 months. The vast majority have been women and children. They've been civilians, not members of Hamas. And apart from those 67,000 confirmed dead, possibly as many as 10,000, maybe more, are believed to be trapped under the rubble of broken buildings. Stay with us on TRT World.
Gaza, childhood is stolen in an instant. One moment here, the next lost forever.
بقول يا رب يا رب ما يطلع بينه يعني كان هذا أصعب يوم في حياتي.
Some vanish in the rush to escape. Some are buried in silence. Some are never found.
ما جاش. الساعة 1 انتظرنا للعصر ما جاش، انتظرنا المغرب ما جاش، نام علينا ثاني يوم ما جاش.
In the rubble of war, names fade, footsteps disappear, and hope clings to the voices left behind.
وقال لي يما تعالي خديني يما خديني انت وسيدي تعالي يما خديني وصار يعيط.
Every missing child is a question left unanswered, a wound that refuses to heal.
هذا أبسط حقوقنا يعني، نحن نطمن على أولادنا، نعرف إيش مصيرهم.
Gaza's missing on TRT World.
Benjamin Netanyahu has rejected parts of Donald Trump's 20-point peace plan. He's criticized its wording as vague, opposed the return of Hamas members, and rejected any reference to a Palestinian state. And yet the U.S. president still insists he will get the deal done. Christina Shimich reports.
Earlier this year, US President Donald Trump had a controversial idea about Gaza and how to end the war.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, the Riviera of the Middle East. This could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent.
That plan would have seen the forced expulsion of Palestinians to redevelop Gaza. Months later, the US president made a U-turn, unveiling a 20-point post-war roadmap for Gaza.
The Arab leaders and the Muslim leaders who met with the American president in New York expressed their optimism that there is a solution in the horizon.
Within 72 hours of Tel Aviv publicly accepting the deal, all remaining hostages must be released in exchange for flooding the enclave with humanitarian aid. Freeing a number of Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails, Hamas must disarm. Members who commit to a peaceful coexistence will be granted amnesty, while others can leave the strip. Israeli forces must retreat, followed by a full withdrawal once a stabilisation force is deployed. No Palestinian will be forced from their land. Anyone who leaves voluntarily will be allowed to return home. Reportedly, the US and Israel want to keep the notorious Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, who backed the US-led invasion of Iraq in 2003 on false claims of weapons of mass destruction, is reportedly involved in Gaza's future. Trump's plan is said to consider Blair as head of an interim governing body, while suggesting a potential pathway to a future Palestinian state after Gaza has been redeveloped and the Palestinian Authority's reforms have been completed. It would mark a major change for the Trump administration, given it previously held back on endorsing a two-state solution, which Netanyahu has repeatedly declared he would not allow.
The problem, as always, rests with the Israeli occupation government, and we heard the statements from the Israeli Minister of Finance, Smotrich, just today, warning Netanyahu that this deal should not see light.
While diplomats deciding Gaza's fate seem optimistic about this latest peace plan, on the ground, the humanitarian crisis shows no signs of easing. Christina Shimich, TRT World.
Let's go live now to Rahul Radhakrishnan in occupied East Jerusalem. Rahul, there was a fair amount of praise for Trump's plan when it was first announced, but not even 24 hours after that plan came out, Benjamin Netanyahu said there'll never be a Palestinian state, really throwing a spanner in the works.
Biraz daha iyimser bir hava olduğunu söyleyebiliriz taraflarda. Önce dün akşam İsrail iç kamuoyuna baktığımızda...
Indeed, Yashini, and it's the politics of appeasement that Netanyahu continues to play in order to ensure that he maintains his seat. Now, let's look at the pressure the Israeli Prime Minister is currently under. When it comes to the far right and his far right political partners, this entire ceasefire plan proposed by Donald Trump has been somewhat of a bitter pill to swallow for them. They've made it clear in the past that they do not want to make any concessions whatsoever with Hamas, and in fact called for a continuation of the war in Gaza and obliteration of Gaza entirely. But at the same time, that far right is a major part of the coalition that keeps Netanyahu's government afloat. So there you have the Prime Minister trying to play this politics of appeasement in order to please his far-right partners. But it must be noted that in the past 2 days, they've been largely quiet. It does appear that they are willing to see the release of the Israeli captives kept in Gaza. But at the same time, he's also playing that politics of appeasement with the Israeli public. Public opinion shows that nearly 66% of the Israeli public is saying that this war needs to come to an end. For them, their topmost priority is to see the return of the remaining 48 captives held in Gaza. And what they've been saying in their protests, which has been nearly weekly for the past 2 years, they've been saying that they're losing trust in Netanyahu. And Netanyahu has been an obstacle to previous ceasefire plans. And they're aware of Netanyahu's logic when it comes to the war in Gaza. But at the same time, you're also looking at the international pressure. It's not lost on the people of Israel about how Israel has become somewhat of a pariah or internationally isolated because of Netanyahu's war. And this is also another reason why President Trump has said that this is the best deal that has come before Netanyahu in order to end the war. And he's pressuring him to take it. According to Trump, he wants a deal, at least for the initial part of a ceasefire plan, to come into place by the end of this week.
And we are yet to see if that will actually happen. Rahul, you mentioned there those ongoing demonstrations that have been taking place in Israel since this war started. It's mainly the hostage families saying that they want their loved ones to be brought home. But how are people in Israel marking October 7th, especially the families of those hostages?
That's right, Yashini. And what we do know is later today, that is the 7th of October, this 2-year anniversary, there will be mass gatherings in Tel Aviv as well as in West Jerusalem, essentially curated by the Hostage Families Union and as well as former Israeli hostages. And what they're calling for is to apply more and more pressure on Netanyahu to accept this deal. And as far as the ceasefire talks are concerned, what we are seeing is, at least reportedly, we are hearing that there is some level of positivity in that first day of the meeting that took place in Sharm el-Sheikh, and that in itself has reflected in the Israeli public. They are approaching this with a level of cautious optimism, they say. But what they also say is they hope that this week would be the last time they need to gather in these squares, and then next week they'll be reunited with their loved ones.
Rahul Radhakrishnan, thank you very much. Live to us there from occupied East Jerusalem. Well, mediators have made multiple attempts to bring an end to Israel's attacks. Talks in Cairo, Doha, Washington and Tel Aviv over the past 2 years have all faced obstacles that continue to keep permanent peace out of reach. The first significant pause came in late November 2023 after weeks of indirect negotiations by Qatar, Egypt and the US. 110 hostages were freed in exchange for more than 240 Palestinian prisoners, and 8 trucks entered the Strip. A week later, Netanyahu refused to extend the ceasefire, and the ferocious attacks on Gaza resumed on December 1st. As international pressure increased, negotiators brokered a deal that would roll out in 3 phases over 3 months, starting January the 19th. The ceasefire never made it beyond the first phase, when Israeli attacks picked up again after 6 weeks, with both sides accusing the other of breaking the agreement. In July, the US, Egypt and Qatar tabled another phased ceasefire. Over 60 days, there would be a gradual Israeli pullback, hostages traded for prisoners, and increased aid delivery. Hamas agreed to the terms. Israel failed to respond. By September, amid mounting pressure from Washington to revive the plan, Tel Aviv launched airstrikes on Doha, one of the US's most important Middle Eastern allies. The strikes targeted Hamas leaders and negotiators who'd gathered to discuss the proposal. The attack was seen as a direct blow to the negotiations and left the ceasefire framework in limbo. We can discuss all of this with our Middle East correspondent, Nizar Sidawi. He's with me here in studio. Nizar, we've been so close so many times to a ceasefire where you and I have sat on set. We've spoken to analysts who say maybe this could be the one. But ultimately, you almost get the sense that Israel doesn't actually want a ceasefire. They just want to destroy Gaza.
They never did. They never had a true intention of ending this war or bringing this tragedy to an end, because it's always been in Benjamin Netanyahu's best interest to just keep going, because that's the only way he can stay in office and escape these corruption trials that he's facing, and he has been facing for years now. I think the presence and the rise of the far-right ultranationalists in Israel over the past decade or so, I'm not just talking about the last 2 years since this war started, but even before that, I think the community, the structure of the Israeli society has changed to the worst. It seems that Netanyahu is what they want. Many Israelis want now, because this is the way to go for them, to keep their expansion idea alive. Netanyahu should have been imprisoned months ago, if not years ago, but that did not happen, and the reason is technically the war. That's why he's always managed to find some reason to say no to any peace proposal. And in fact, the one thing that may possibly make us more optimistic this time is the fact that Israel's position amongst their own allies have changed. It did change. We can look at the world now and see how many of the former allies of Israel, many of those who still consider themselves allies, are recognizing a Palestinian state. The amount of pressure is enormous. You can just see how thousands, hundreds of thousands of people are protesting across the globe, everywhere, mainly in European capitals. And that is significant. Not just the recognition of Palestinian statehood. It means that Israel is losing its allies. And that's precisely why even Donald Trump, the US president, when he wanted to praise his own proposal, his 20-point plan for Gaza, he made sure to say that I will bring Israel back to its old position. I will bring more good to Israel by implementing this plan. This is what Trump said yesterday and the day before. So in his perspective, he's doing this to help Israel, not just to end the war, of course, aside from his personal ambitions in getting a Nobel Peace Prize.
But the US has always helped Israel. That's just been a given, whether it be Trump, whether it be former administrations. Part of Trump saying all of that, would it also be to expand the Abraham Accords? For a long time, of course, Israel has wanted to normalize relations with Saudi Arabia.
Of course, and we have to keep in mind here that the Palestinian issue is not only a Palestinian issue, because for Arab countries, for neighboring countries, all countries across the Middle East, and perhaps even other Muslim countries, they look at this as a different case. They can never go for a peace deal with Israel, for a normalization deal, or joining the Abraham Accord if the Palestinian issue is not resolved. Now, it doesn't have to be entirely resolved. It doesn't mean that Palestinians should get their own state and then we can look into it. But at least for this war to stop, I mean, these are the basics. No wonder that Trump is of course looking forward to expanding the Abraham Accords, and he said this publicly multiple times on multiple occasions, and he has many states on mind, including Syria, for example. And it seems that the new transitional government in Syria might be open to the idea of, I wouldn't say normalizing with Israel, but at least re-establishing the deal, the agreement, the 1974 agreement, for example, just to have some sense of calm and relative normalcy in Syria, because this is what they need after 14 years of devastation under al-Assad's brutal rule. Lebanon, for example, we just keep seeing this ceasefire failing day in and day out because of the Israeli violations of the agreement. Look at Iran and what happened there. Iran has been weakened. That is something that no one can deny. Saudi Arabia, that's a very potential candidate, and we've heard it so many times from Israelis as well as Americans that they're looking forward to improving the relations with Saudi Arabia. Yet Saudi Arabia made it quite clear that this will never happen until the Palestinian issue is resolved.
Is a weaker Iran a stronger Saudi Arabia?
Somehow, yes. That is the reality here. And if you want to talk about the sectarianism element here, Saudi Arabia represents something different than what Iran does. But the thing is, this is not just about religion. It's about the fact that what Israel used to call the axis of resistance is the excuse that they kept using to target different areas. When they targeted Lebanon, when they keep targeting Lebanon, because that's still the case repeatedly, they say the axis of resistance, Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran. This is what they say. They said the same about Syria. They said the same about Yemen's Houthis. They said the same about Al-Hashd al-Sha'bi in Iraq. So this is the excuse that they have and they always use. Now, Iran has been weakened, yes. I'm not going to say that it makes Saudi Arabia stronger or any other party, but we have to keep in mind that the equation has become different. For example, many powers in the region are not just rising, they're actually getting stronger and stronger. Politically, diplomatically, we're not talking about military action here. For example, look at Turkey and where it stands in terms of diplomacy. Now, it's a lead mediator in many conflicts across the region, even outside the region. Look at Russia-Ukraine, for example, the grain deal and the latest talks that were held in Istanbul. So I do believe that everything's connected. Israel doesn't really like this, but again, what they care about is to, as Netanyahu puts it, to change the face of the Middle East. And he cannot keep up making new excuses. So for example, he was saying, I'm destroying the axis of resistance led by Iran. I'm attacking Iran's proxies. But what can he say now, for example, about the new Middle East that supposedly he helped create it? It doesn't make sense for him. So again, back to our point, Trump wants to see some sort of a deal, a peace deal here across the Middle East, especially in Gaza, because he wants an achievement, that's A, and B, because he thinks that he's helping Israel by bringing this deal into effect.
Interesting to find out what Israel thinks about that. On the other hand, Nizar Sadawi will be chatting to you later on. Thank you so much. Now, the humanitarian disaster in Gaza hasn't stopped Trump's support for Netanyahu. Since the war began, the U.S. has continued to sell arms to the Israeli military. As Craig Boswell reports from Washington, Israel's Prime Minister has also been Trump's most frequent foreign visitor since he returned to the White House.
Mr. President, we have a During his most recent trip to the White House, the Israeli Prime Minister received the full support of the U.S. president, regardless of what happens with a Trump 20-point plan to end Israel's war on Gaza.
As you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do.
It's an echo of Donald Trump's sentiment around the Israeli onslaught even before Trump was elected president. Since taking office in January 2025, the U.S. president has welcomed the Israeli prime minister to the White House 4 times. Their first meeting in February produced a dramatic shift in U.S. foreign policy.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site.
2 years of Israeli airstrikes and military operations in Gaza have led to catastrophic destruction supported by a staggering amount of U.S. spending. A Brown University cost of war project calculates the U.S. spent at least $22.76 billion in security and military assistance to Israel in just the first year of the war. The spending continues to add up.
And we had also a very good conversation with Bibi Netanyahu.
While the two leaders talk, undelivered humanitarian aid piles up in warehouses. Famine spreads. And the youngest victims of the war continue to suffer while their parents remain powerless to stop it. Craig Boswell, TRT World.
Let's bring back Javier Abu Eid, a political scientist and former communication advisor to the Palestine Liberation Organization. Javier, good to have you back with us. As we've seen from that report, the United States and their support extends far beyond Donald Trump. Every administration has backed Tel Aviv. And for our viewers who potentially haven't really followed this, not just this conflict, but the years of the Palestinian struggle, why is that support from Washington so entrenched?
It deals with several elements, and it's mainly because the U.S. takes Israel-Palestine as a domestic issue. It's not a foreign policy issue. If it was taken as a foreign policy issue, it would have been much easier to deal with, because also under U.S. Constitution, the foreign relations are for the president to deal with. Mm-hmm. But Congress, it's a very powerful Congress, and they condition a lot of things there. The Zionist lobby, particularly AIPAC, is very entrenched in the U.S. Congress. But I also think it's important to understand that a lot of what you see from President Trump now, trying to put some pressure, at least publicly, on Benjamin Netanyahu, deals with changes in public opinion in the U.S., including within his own party. So now you have a significant percentage of the Republican Party that are saying, no, you said America first, not to prioritize Israeli foreign policy goals.
And that's important what you've just said, because we're hearing big voices within the Republican Party, even Republican supporters who are taking to social media, who are going on podcasts saying, why are we spending billions of dollars to help a country that is so far away from us? And it's difficult, it would seem, for President Trump to justify that now.
And it's not just spending billions of dollars in a country which is far away. It's also spending billions of dollars in a country that's not listening from them. Because if Israel was listening to what several U.S. administrations have been telling them, perhaps we wouldn't be in the situation we are now. Now, the thing is that they, as Menachem Begin, a former Israeli prime minister, used to say, we listen to their advice, but we take their money, not advice, right? So eventually Israel, they got used to do whatever they want with an unprecedented culture of impunity. And now this is backlashing for them within the US. And I think it's a very interesting process. Let's remember that not all people supporting President Trump come from the same ideological camp. For example, now you have several people that are conservative Christians, not Christian Zionists, conservative Catholics, for example. They are very concerned about the attacks Israel is conducting against the Christian presence in Jerusalem, against the Christian churches in Gaza. They have been campaigning over this issue. So, in other words, many of the slogans that were presented in the US before on why to support Israel are actually falling apart as we see what's going on in Gaza.
And when people talk about the increased isolation then that Israel is now feeling, and it could be that isolation they're even feeling from within the United States, from a base that has traditionally supported them, but also US allies and Israeli allies, particularly in the Western world. Nizar was saying that there isn't as much support publicly for Israel. They're condemning the humanitarian violence and crisis that continues in Gaza. However, those countries still have economic ties to Israel. Nothing there has changed. So it's very much, it would seem, about making statements, but there aren't tangible actions to actually change anything on the ground.
Those are very strong relations between Israel and those countries, especially Europe. Europe is the main trade partner Israel has, the European Union as a whole. So from that perspective, those are not changes that will take place overnight. Now, one would have expected that they would not have reached to over 60,000 people killed in Gaza for them to take action. That would have been the expectation. And we have seen a lot of double standards. Having said so, we are witnessing a turning point. And I think part of what President Trump wants to reach to with this latest initiative is to calm down the international community, is for this isolation to end. It's like sending the message, you know, I took care of the situation, there is no genocide, therefore, now there is no need for you to take action. And I think it's all the opposite. What we need to understand is that what is being discussed now is a framework for a ceasefire. This will not end war crimes, this will not end colonization, so international pressure has to continue even after a ceasefire deal is reached.
But this current ceasefire deal, as from what we know so far, that doesn't really seem to be bringing any justice to Palestinians.
Not at all. And again, I keep insisting all over that we should not refer to this as a peace plan. It's not a peace plan. It is a framework agreement for a ceasefire deal, which, once again, something we said earlier. The only thing that secures this framework is that within 72 hours, all Israeli captives will be at home, and that Israel will withdraw to something like 50% of Gaza. That's all we know. Anything else are speculations, details that have not been negotiated. Now, understanding this, you can take actually this as a basis for ending the genocide. But it would not be a basis to reach a lasting and comprehensive peace agreement between Israel, Palestine, and the rest of the region.
And when it comes to the rest of the region, since this war started, how has their role changed, possibly? You spoke about the U.S. influence, of course, with Western allies, but of course there is so much U.S. influence within the Middle East and among Muslim-majority countries.
That's a very important point. But I think so far, there is a lot of criticism on the role of Arab countries. I would also say that they took a very strong position against the plans to ethnically cleanse Gaza. And I think that now that President Trump is saying that no Palestinian will be expelled from Gaza, it's a response to this very strong campaign by countries like Jordan, like Egypt, like Saudi Arabia, like Qatar, that they were very keen on making clear that Arabs were not going to back something like this. Now, eventually, the main difference, I think, now is the fact that Israel effectively, I'm talking purely in diplomatic terms, they humiliated every Arab country that had normalized relations with them. So the Abraham Accords as a concept, came under a huge question mark. So for example, a country like Saudi Arabia, which is a huge country in the region, why would they be inclined to normalize relations with Israel if Israel, within a month after normalizing, could be engaged on another genocide? That's why they have tied much more the possibility of establishing relations with Israel to having a clear political horizon, ending the Israeli occupation, which is the key to have a two-state solution.
But there is no trust, it would seem, among almost anyone besides long-standing allies. And when it comes to a two-state solution, so many analysts have said that is so far gone right now. There has to be another option.
What you are saying, it's the first point about there is no trust. I think it's a major point. Who could trust Netanyahu? No, his governing coalition, they don't trust Netanyahu. Let alone Palestinians and the rest of the Arab world. That's why it's important to understand what will be the role of the third parties in all of this. Because Israel is clearly going to pay a price at this stage. Now, which price they are going to pay is something up until now it's difficult to understand. Now, regarding the two-state solution, it's about choices. if people really believe in a two-state solution, we need to end the Israeli occupation. That's it. There is no two-state solution with Israeli settlements. There is no two-state solution with a colonial enterprise. Now, if Israel commits to end this, of course you can talk about a two-state solution. But I refer to the two-state solution because it's international consensus. It's what the UN votes on. So if the world is truly interested to translate this political position into something on the ground, they need to tackle the Israeli occupation, which is the main obstacle.
And which has yet to be tackled completely. Javier Abu Eid, great to get your take as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, 14 Turkish citizens who were illegally detained by Israel while participating in the global Sumud flotilla have been brought to the border to Jordan. They're expected to take a flight to Turkey later today. For more on this, Ilyas Afce joins us now from Amman. So, Ilyas, what's the latest on the Sumud flotilla activists and where they are right now?
Yeah, Yashni, the group of activists that were freed recently are brought to the Allenby Bridge border crossing in the occupied West Bank. And then once their paperwork is done, they're going to cross into the Jordanian territory from the King Hussein border crossing. And just outside of the border crossing, the Turkish authorities are waiting for the activists, and they are going to welcome them and bring them to Amman for their flight, which is going to depart from the Queen Aliya International Airport, and their flight is set to depart at around 13 GMT. And let's talk about the illegality of this whole situation, Yashni. Many international law experts are saying that this action by Israel is once again was illegal on so many levels, and they start with the naval blockade itself. They say that Israel doesn't have the right to conduct that naval blockade on Gaza, and they also say that the way that they intercepted the flotilla once again was against the international maritime law. They say that, I mean, as we know, a country's borders can only exceed to about 19 kilometers off of its shores. And let's say that this action, this blockade was legal. Even then, they could only control an area of 45 kilometers. But where this process of interception started was 130 kilometers off of the Israeli shore. So it's about 100 kilometers away from the legal reach Israel could have. But this whole thing was illegal. The way that they treated the detained activists were also against the law on so many levels, because as far as we've heard, many of them were not given any advocacy procedures. They did not see any consular officials until one day after that they were brought ashore to Israel. So they say that it is against the international human rights law, because the international human rights law says that they have to see an immediate consular procedure, but that obviously did not happen. Because all of these were illegal, many of them went on a hunger strike, and they didn't want to sign the deportation paper because they said that we were brought in illegally by Israel, so we're not going to sign any of their papers. Now we know that those who did not sign the deportation paper were also among the freed activists. Right now they are coming back despite all of this, and we also know that this flotilla, this breach of naval blockade effort is not going to be the end. Another 9 ships are also on the way to breach the Israeli naval blockade on Gaza currently.
Ilyas Afce in Jordan's capital, Amman, thank you very much. And of course, we are getting a reaction to the second anniversary of the start of the war on Gaza from international bodies. My colleague Per has more on that.
Yeah, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has just released a statement on social media marking these 2 years since Israel's war on Gaza began. He wrote, "I've said it time and again, and I am repeating it today with even greater urgency. Release the hostages unconditionally and immediately. End the suffering for all. This is a humanitarian catastrophe on a scale that defies comprehension. Put an end to the hostilities in Gaza and the region now. Stop making civilians pay with their lives and their futures. After 2 years of trauma, we must choose hope." Now, let me bring in Alana O'Malley, a professor of global governance and wealth at Erasmus University Rotterdam. Alana, big words from the UN chief, but what else can he do at this point? I mean, he's the head of the UN. This is 80 years since the UN was created. What else can he do?
So we've seen Secretary General Guterres really run the gauntlet of all the different options he has had before him. He has even brought a resolution to the Security Council 2 years ago under Article 99 of the Charter, which is where the Secretary General can bring directly something to the Security Council for action. But each time he does this, we see that there's a pushback, especially from the United States at the Security Council. And also you have this kind of Israeli disregard for the UN system and the cynicism with which they treat even the kind of basic terms of diplomatic conduct. So the UN is using the strongest rhetoric that it can to describe the humanitarian catastrophe. You see them kind of really rolling out a lot of really powerful statements about what should be done. It's not just Guterres. We have people like Francesca Albanese, who has been incredibly outspoken, and many other UN people who are in positions of authority at the UN. And they're really trying to whip up public sentiment to also keep public opinion focused and to keep public opinion behind the solidarity for the Palestinian people. And so the UN is doing a good job with that. But these are still kind of actions that are in the abstract, right? And so the question is really, what can the UN do practically? And for that, we're looking again at the General Assembly, right? So what more can be done with these resolutions? Can they be implemented? Can we get states to actually leverage their influence on Israel in abiding by the terms of those resolutions?
Now, there have been a number of UN human rights experts. They've called for the use of the so-called Uniting for Peace resolution. This dates back to 1950. And basically, this is a way of bypassing the Security Council because you've got that US veto, right? But with this one, these human rights experts argue that the UN General Assembly can actually vote to send a peacekeeping force to be deployed into Gaza. Would that be a possibility, do you think?
So there's two issues with this. The first one is that there is no peace to keep in Gaza now at the moment, at least until we see how or whether the terms of this peace agreement can be actually implemented. So peacekeeping force traditionally has to hold a neutral position between two warring parties. And what we see in Gaza is woeful destruction of one population, the Palestinians, by the Israeli military. So there isn't a peace to keep where you could insert a traditional peacekeeping force as envisioned under the Charter. The second thing, of course, is that you would need countries to not just agree this resolution, but to actually provide the troops and the resources to enter into Gaza and to perform the peacekeeping operation. Now, you might be able to gather those from the top, troop contributing countries to the UN are largely nations from the global south who are outspoken in their solidarity for Palestine and who very much support this cause. But the next issue is of course, access. And this is a practical issue, right? You need to have theoretically the agreement of the host state in order to bring in a peacekeeping force. In this case, you would have the agreement of the Palestinians, of course, but they don't control the borders. So then you're on to the practical part of, again, getting the Israeli government to allow troops to enter. And right now, they won't even allow food and basic medical supplies to enter the Strip. So there are serious political, strategic and tactical reasons why a peacekeeping force at this moment, even if it could be gotten through the General Assembly under Uniting for Peace, may not actually provide a solution.
So let's look at the judicial side, though. You've got South Africa with this case at the ICJ claiming that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. We have a UN commission that's saying the same thing, that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. The ICJ even issued an interim ruling telling Israel to do everything it can to stop the genocide in Gaza, or to stop acts of genocide from happening in Gaza, rather. So why is the ICJ unable to put an end to it?
Well, actually, firstly, it's not just South Africa, it's a majority of states who are behind this case in particular, which is the genocide case against Israel at the ICJ. And the ICJ has come back with 2 sets of provisional orders in March and in May 2024, where they ordered the Israeli military to halt the military campaign in Gaza. And unfortunately, as we have seen, the Israeli military and the Israeli government have shown complete disregard for international standards and for international law, international humanitarian law in this regard. And they haven't halted the campaign. So the ICJ is now in the process of deciding the case on its merits. And this is the difficult part, right? So the provisional measures were issued as a kind of an urgent response to the humanitarian catastrophe. And a lot of the case presented by South Africa was based on reports from UN agencies which pointed to the ways in which the conditions of life of the Palestinians and their right to self-determination had been absolutely disrupted, and if not completely suppressed by the Israeli action. So they are looking now on the intent, and that's the hard part about proving genocide legally, is that you have to prove that it is intended by the state who is accused of perpetrating a genocide, that they actually want to obliterate a specific ethnic group or a specific people, a nation. And this is the part that the ICJ is deliberating over now. That's what they call the merits case, and that will be decided, we hope, in the next year or so. And that is then the official ruling from the ICJ. So then it's a difficulty for international law, because on the one hand, you have flagrant abuse of international law to an unprecedented level, not just by Israel, but by other states in other conflicts recently. And at the same time, you have a lot of the international community, and a lot of the Global South in particular, trying to retool that system to make it more able to address this case in particular, and to make it deliver more equitable and just solutions overall. So it's a real moment of tension both ways.
Alana O'Malley, thank you for your expertise for now. So international law, can it actually make a difference? Well, the International Criminal Court wants to put Benjamin Netanyahu on trial. And as you heard, the International Court of Justice is now looking at whether the military actions against Palestinians legally constitute genocide. Well, TRT World's Shadia Edwards-Tashti has more.
Israel is accused of committing a live-streamed genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. Despite the whole world watching, the world's top court has not made a definitive ruling. A UN commission has been quicker to the mark. Last month, an inquiry made it conclusive.
The ongoing genocide in Gaza is a moral outrage and a legal emergency. Member states must act now. There is no need to wait for the International Court of Justice to declare it a genocide.
The Hague is home to 2 international courts with current proceedings related to the conflict. The first, a genocidal case before the International Court of Justice, brought against Israel by South Africa in late 2023. The second makes the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a wanted man, along with his right-hand men. ICC prosecutors have been investigating potential crimes against humanity and the war crime of starvation. While arrest warrants have been issued, member states would have to uphold that. Meanwhile, the ICJ judgment is unlikely before the end of 2027 at the earliest.
The calls of the International Court of Justice must be heeded, including for Israel to immediately cease settlement activities and end its unlawful presence in the occupied Palestinian territory. The illegal occupation must end.
While the ICJ is known for its slow deliberation, it has ordered Israel to take all measures within its power to stop acts of genocide, instructions Israel has ignored. It comes as demands on the streets across the globe grow louder. and more countries turn their backs on Israel. The pressure is certainly mounting. While evidence of genocide is overwhelming, a fixation on a verdict could be a dangerous distraction. If action by world leaders requires a ruling before they're compelled to act, more killing will continue by the day. Shadia Edwards-Dashty, TRT World, The Hague.
Now let's bring in Brendan Kieran Brown. He is with us. He's an associate professor of conflict resolution and reconciliation at Trinity College Dublin. Very good to have you on the program. I want to ask you about your confidence in these international institutions of, first of all, putting an end to the conflict, and second of all, bringing any kind of accountability.
Well, thanks very much indeed for having me join you as always. I mean, it's unbelievable that we're sitting here 2 years on and this genocide is still raging. It's quite unimaginable. I remember sitting in studio with yourselves last year and hoping very much that we would see some kind of light at the end of the darkness here. We have seen very much that this is a genocide that has been allowed to play out. We have seen the institutions that are supposed to not allow this to happen, to ensure that never again is for everybody and not just a selective application of that terminology. We've meant to have those institutions to intervene, but that hasn't been the case. And in fact, quite the opposite. What we have seen is the collective engagement of the West, primarily Western states, aiding and abetting a genocide, ensuring that the Israeli state gets all the cover it needs, providing the material resources it needs to conduct its wanton campaign of destruction and erasure of the Palestinian people. So I have very little faith in these institutions. They have revealed themselves to be, I think, absolutely in need of reform, let's say, if they can be reformed at all. And when you talk about justice, I mean, we have had calls to hold individuals to account throughout this period of time. We've had the International Criminal Court issue arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu, for Yoav Gallant. However, we have seen that both men have been able to travel through Europe, travel through airspaces, not be intervened, to address other parliaments, to stand there, even though they have these arrest warrants on their heads. So when you look at, objectively, when you look at all of the evidence in front of us, when you look at the sheer destruction that has happened over the course of the time on the ground in Gaza, and of course, when you look at what's also happening across the West Bank, it's hard to have any hope whatsoever in these institutions. And of course, we need to have a longer gaze here. This is much further than simply starting on the 7th of October, 2023. We have had decades and decades of international law facilitating the erasure, the slow erasure of the Palestinian people. So as I say, these institutions are absolutely in need of reform, and it will be up to our collective strength to ensure that we hold them to account.
Now, of course, a number of countries have, done something. They've recognized the state of Palestine, for example. But I want to address the UN Commission led by Navi Pillay. She said, basically, when she determined that Israel has committed genocide in Gaza over these last 2 years, she also said that all states are under a legal obligation to use all means that are reasonably available to them to stop the genocide in Gaza. Does that give the power to states like Ireland or Spain or the UK to say, you know what, enough is enough, we're going to go in and we're going to put an end to this?
Well, again, it didn't require Navi Pillay to release that statement or to reach that conclusion for states to do something. I mean, there have been opportunities, and Ireland included in that, and Spain included in that, for these governments to actually put in place some kind of measures that would put increasing pressure on the Israeli government. I mean, we need to be more open and more honest about our language. The language of sanctions is there, and the Irish government could have engaged more intentionally with sanctions against the Israeli state, and yet it prevaricated, it held back, it was absolutely unwilling to reach that conclusion. The same with other European countries as well. So there have been opportunities, make no mistake about it, there have been opportunities for European governments to do something to intervene, and not just European governments. Neighbouring governments as well, Arab governments around Palestine could have done a lot more to ensure that the Israeli state was more economically isolated. And also other bodies around the world. I mean, look at the likes of FIFA, look at the likes of UEFA. These may seem like soft power institutions, but the reality is more intentional engagement with ostracization of the Israeli state during this moment in time, and for the last 2 years, and for the decades before, would have meant that we didn't reach this moment of catastrophe. So I don't give these governments an out by saying they now have the opportunity to do something. They've had the opportunity to do something all along, and they have, for a variety of reasons, chosen not to do enough. And so we need to be careful with that. And just returning to your previous point, when it comes to the recognition of statehood, what is it exactly what these governments are recognizing? What is it that they're recognizing? Are they recognizing the Bantustans of the West Bank, the carved up spaces that remain in the West Bank? Are they recognizing the sliver that remains in the Gaza Strip? Why did it take a genocide in Gaza and the long-standing ethnic cleansing of the West Bank to suddenly awaken these countries to recognize? You know, I just find that very distasteful. So I think we need to be very careful with our language. We need to not let these governments off the hook. We need to move very intentionally to support these very important and crucial talks that are happening at this moment in time in Egypt. We need to absolutely ensure that there's a complete cessation of the destruction of Gaza, and we need to see a complete rebuild of the Gaza Strip and the support of the Palestinian people to achieve their legitimate aim of self-determination.
So are you disappointed? You know, you said here in the beginning that you couldn't think that we would be sitting here today, 2 years on. Are you disappointed with the way the world has handled this conflict?
Disappointed doesn't even begin to cover it. Disappointed, aghast, horrified, as we all are, as everyone should be, because let's make no mistake about this. This inaction that has taken place and the action that has facilitated what has taken place will haunt us collectively, globally, for decades. Let me tell you, that is a fact. So I'm not just disappointed, I'm aghast, I'm concerned, I'm worried for the future, as many of us should be. I mean, this is the, you know, people talk about a live screened genocide. The world is awakened. The world has been awakened to what the governments have been doing in their names. And also the world has risen up when it comes to support for Palestine. Never before have we seen so many people on the streets across the world, in all of the Western capitals across the world, protesting. But equally, never before have we seen the crackdown on that protest be so violent and so aggressive. Look what's happening on the crackdown in places like the United Kingdom when it comes to protests for Palestine. So disappointed doesn't cover it. I'm concerned, I'm worried, and I'm really, as I say, we have a lot to work on moving forward.
Do you think that this will have political consequences, you know, with these mass protests that we're seeing in so many cities? Are they also going to come out and vote against their governments now in upcoming elections?
Well, I assume so. You would like to hope so. You would like to also hope that there is something to vote for. You know, there's no point in just simply voting in a party that has a similar line to the current governments that are in place. But I hope that people go to the ballot box, use the power that they have. People have the power in this moment, you know, and I hope that they exercise it. I mean, we saw very recently, look at Italy, for example, we saw the complete shutdown done by the Italian dock workers when it came to holding the Italian government to account. That was an incredible example of the power that we have as a collective. That is the power that we have as people to hold governments to account. And I hope that we see more and more and more of that. And I am convinced that we will. So, we first and foremost, let's be very clear here. First and foremost, we need to see an end to the genocide in Gaza. We need to see these talks be successful. We need to see Palestinian self-determination be very clearly on the table here. And we need to see a mass influx.
Brendan, unfortunately, I'm going to have to wrap it up there because we're out of time for this hour. But thank you so much, though, for joining us here on TRT World.
No problem.
Now let's take a look at what's happening on the ground over in Gaza as we enter this second year of Israel's genocide against the people of Palestine. Actually, it's been 2 years now. Explosions were heard and smoke was seen rising over Gaza City and the east of the city. So far, at least 3 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli airstrikes on Tuesday. Meanwhile, north of the southern city of Khan Yunis, around 3 people were killed on the coast of Al-Qarara after a sea cliff collapsed on tents sheltering displaced Palestinians. Now, the humanitarian crisis in Gaza reaching its breaking point, well, that happened a long time ago, actually. Its hospitals have been regularly attacked and are so short of supplies that the injured are just dying on the floor. TRT World's Ashraf Shannon reports.
Since the start of Israel's war on Gaza, there has been a lack of water, electricity, food, and fuel. Families are fleeing from the northern Gaza Strip after a forced evacuation of more than 1 million people. Hospitals are overwhelmed, operating at over 200% capacity, with severe shortages of medical supplies, oxygen, and essential medicines. Many patients wait hours, sometimes days, for treatment, while displaced families struggle for shelter and basic necessities.
As you can see, Al-Aqsa Hospital is now completely full with patients and wounded. We have been forced to place them in the hospital courtyards, both inside and outside, because there are no available beds due to the severe overcrowding. There must be immediate intervention from international community and the humanitarian organizations to provide protection for medical staff and hospitals in the Gaza Strip.
Israel's assault on Gaza and the blockade of aid makes access to medical supplies a daily struggle. Ala, a 9-year-old boy who was critically injured in an Israeli airstrike, still has shrapnel embedded in his body.
At first, they took him to the Al-Shifa hospital, but there were almost no resources, no doctors, no beds to place him on. So they transferred him to Al-Aqsa hospital. Right now, his right eye has almost lost vision, and there are still 3 pieces of shrapnel in his left eye. His right leg doesn't move at all.
Families escaping the ground assault struggle to find shelter. According to the UN, over 60% of displaced families in Gaza are living without adequate shelter or access to clean water.
We were in Gaza, but after the displacement and bombing, we fled to the south. Now we are living on the street. For 2 days, we've had no tent, no shelter. I was displaced with my children because of the airstrikes, and we can't even find drinking water. My husband and children are unemployed, and we have nothing.
Gaza's electricity and water networks have been devastated by Israel's war.
2 years on, Gazans continue to suffer because of the war. The infrastructure has been destroyed, and families continue to suffer from constant displacement. Ashraf Shannon, TRT World, Gaza.
In Gaza, childhood is stolen in an instant. One moment here, the next lost forever.
بقول يا رب يا رب ما يطلع بينه يعني كان هذا أصعب يوم في حياتي.
Some vanish in the rush to escape. Some are buried in silence. Some are never found.
ما جاش. الساعة 1 انتظرنا للعصر ما جاش، انتظرنا المغرب ما جاش، نام علينا ثاني يوم ما جاش.
In the rubble of war, names fade, footsteps disappear, and hope clings to the voices left behind.
وقال لي يما تعالي خديني يما تعالي خديني انت وسيدي تعالي يما خديني وصار يعيط.
Every missing child is a question left unanswered, a wound that refuses to heal.
هذا أبسط حقوقنا يعني نحن نطمن على أولادنا نعرف إيش مصيرهم.
Gaza's missing on TRT World.
Well, Welcome back to our special coverage on the second anniversary of October the 7th. Now, for more than 7 decades, Palestinians have lived with a promise unfulfilled. From the Nakba of 1948 to today, stalled peace talks and the struggle for statehood that has defined the lives of generations. In 1947, the UN proposed 2 states, Israel and Palestine. Israel was born in 1948 in the state of Palestine. The Nakba, or catastrophe, followed, forcing roughly 700,000 Palestinians from their homes. Following the 1967 Six-Day War, Israel seized the occupied West Bank, Gaza and occupied East Jerusalem. The Palestine Liberation Organization rose in 1964. With the first Oslo Accords in 1993 came hope, but never peace. The 2000s saw Palestinians split between the occupied West Bank and Gaza. In 2012, the UN upgraded Palestine to a non-member observer state status. Now, 157 nations recognize Palestinian statehood. France, the UK, Australia and Canada have all recently made this recognition. But on the ground, Israel's brutal occupation keeps the dream of an independent state still out of reach. Let's go live now to London, where we have Paul Hawkins live for us outside of the Palestinian House, which has now turned into an official embassy following that UK recognition of the Palestinian state. Paul, the second anniversary of October the 7th, how is that marked there in the UK?
Yeah, just to be clear, Per, this is not the official embassy. This is Palestine House. It's like a cultural and heritage centre in the centre of London. The building you're referring to is further over to West London, but that will be in due course turned into an embassy. In terms of what's happening in the UK, there are events being held to mark October the 7th. In terms of Palestinian support, student protests are being held in London and across the UK, and they've caused some controversy. The UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has called them un-British. And just to read what he's written in the Times today, he said that it's been used by some, the anniversary of October the 7th, as a despicable excuse to attack British Jews. And he talks about having a lack of respect for others. And he says that's un-British. What Palestinian protesters would say is that it's actually very British to exercise your democratic right to protest. Thousands and thousands have been doing it regularly over the past 2 weeks, a lot of weekends, a lot of marches. And Keir Starmer would say, look, I understand why you're doing that. Look, we've recognised Palestine recently as a sovereign state. We've suspended the free trade agreement with Israel. We've suspended some arms to Israel, although the UK isn't a major weapons supplier to Israel. And because of that, I'm asking you to show some respect for the 1,200 people who died on October the 7th. But protesters would say, look, we've been holding these demonstrations week in, week out across the UK, where there is a significant Palestinian population and where there are many supporters of the cause.
Paul, in a recent demonstration, I believe over these last couple of days, several hundred people were actually arrested when they came out on the streets of London. Are people undeterred? They don't care about getting arrested. They still want to come out and voice their anger.
Yeah, well, those 700 people at least still going out onto the streets. And those protests at the weekend, I should add, by the way, that all this is coming after that attack on a synagogue last week in which 2 people died. And so the atmosphere, as people remember October the 7th, is different this year, and there is more sensitivity to the demonstrations. But 700 people, yeah, as you say, turning out to demonstrate for Palestine Action, which is now a proscribed terror group in the UK, and they're pretty defiant about the police taking action.
Paul Hawkins live for us from London. Thank you so much, Paul. Now let's get over to Paris, where we have Peter Allen standing by for us. Peter, France is, of course, in the middle of its own political crisis with the Prime Minister stepping down just yesterday. But of course, Macron, the French president, he's been a very vocal supporter of the Palestinian cause. recognizing the state of Palestine, but also hosting this Palestinian sort of meeting at the UN, at the UNGA just recently. How is this whole issue of Gaza being viewed in France right now?
Well, there's certainly been a huge change in the view of Palestine in recent weeks, I would say. All the time since October the 7th, and of course long before that, there has been a massive pro-Palestinian lobby here across the country. Just last Saturday, I attended a huge spontaneous march through the streets of Paris on behalf of the Palestinian people. It was nominally to do with the Gaza flotilla. It was supporting pro-Palestinians who had been arrested by the Israeli state. But it was also, of course, a plea to stop the genocide. There were thousands of people of every type. I regularly meet clearly a lot of people from the Palestinian diaspora on these marches, a lot of local French people, a lot of people who identify as Arab Muslims, a lot of people, I have to say, who identify as French Jews. There is always a very large contingent of Jews on these marches. So everybody gets together to support Palestine. What has happened in recent weeks is President Emmanuel Macron suddenly coming out and saying, look, this is clearly, there are clearly war crimes going on. This is unsustainable. He was interviewed by Israeli television within the last 2 weeks, and he said, your whole reputation as a country is being destroyed by what you're doing to the Palestinian people. And of course, he was very influential, not just in getting France to recognize Palestine, but also neighboring countries here in Europe. So that's been the huge change. I can remember soon after October the 7th, demonstrations being banned, pro-Palestinian demonstrations being banned. And there was a real attempt to demonize Palestinian supporters here. That has changed completely as the genocide has intensified and people have realized that what is happening is absolutely unsustainable. Very quiet day here in Paris today, I have to say. I'm not aware of any pro-Palestinian demonstrations being organized, but I can tell you that there's a commemoration at the Quai d'Orsay, the French Foreign Ministry, for 51 Israeli nationals who have had origins in France, who were killed on October the 7th. But apart from that, there are no major pro-Palestinian demonstrations today.
Peter, what you're describing is almost like an awakening taking place in France of how it used to be almost viewed as a bad thing to be out and demonstrate, but now more and more people are coming out. Was it because the evidence in the end was just so gruesome? Is that what sort of led to this awakening?
Yes, there's no doubt about that at all. Traditionally, France, certainly the French state, the establishment, the political establishment, has instinctively always supported Israel in every matter. That's always how it's been pretty much since 1948 and the establishment of the State of Israel. Successive presidents, successive prime ministers have always put the interests of Israel above the Palestinians. What I think happened was that clearly there was shock and horror around October the 7th, but that of course was tempered by the fact that there had been a lot of shock and horror around the whole issue of Gaza and indeed the occupied West Bank before that as well. But it really brought it into focus on October the 7th. And then of course when the revenge attacks, if we can put it that way, started, and it was quite clear that this was moving far beyond a war of defense. It was becoming far, far more than that. It looked like attempts to eradicate large sections of Palestinian society. There's a real feeling of that here in France among ordinary people. And what really happened was that spread to the political classes. There's no more powerful politician in France than the head of state. He is the representative of France in the world, the #1 representative. And again, he had previously shown huge sympathy for the Israelis, huge support for the Israelis, but has changed completely, I would say now. Big change here in France.
Peter Allen, live for us in Paris. Thank you so much, Peter. Now, unlike the UK and France, Italy still hasn't recognized a Palestinian state. Let's head over now to Rome and speak to Alina Trabatone, who's live for us. Alina, over these last few days, we've seen some enormous crowds in Rome and I think around 100 Italian cities. Some estimates indicate 2 million people coming out to demonstrate. Is that also having an effect on Giorgia Meloni now?
Well, certainly the government is following the matter very, very closely, following the demonstrations very, very closely, because there are opinion polls, unofficial opinion polls that are circulating, but that the government has been looking at with concern, that some 80% of Italians are calling for the government to recognize the state of Palestine and to take very firm action and denounce the violence in Gaza as genocide, which of course will have a whole series of effects in terms of international law. Now, the government at the moment is not going the full extreme, the full way in terms of this. They have denounced the violence in Gaza repeatedly. Italian Foreign Minister Tajani has also been trying to negotiate with Israel as the flotilla went over. The Italian government sent a Navy frigate to follow the flotilla to safeguard it until it got close to territorial waters at the other side. But they have stopped short of, taking the full action as other European countries have in terms of recognizing the state of Palestine. So for the time being, the situation is this. They are looking at the situation very carefully.
But Alina, do you think that these mass protests are going to continue with nationwide strikes and millions taking to the streets?
I think they will. There'll be 2 million. There were 2 million. Sono in diretta, mi scusi tantissimo, sono in diretta internazionale. Mi dia 2 secondi, scusi. Mi dia 2 secondi. I'm sorry, the police is asking me to move on, so I'm going to have to move off air. He's moving the cameras.
Okay, no problem, Alina. Do stay safe there, of course. Alina Trabatone live for us from Rome. Take care of your camera there. Let's head over now to the Spanish capital instead, Madrid. Jaime Velasquez is live for us. Jaime, the Spanish government very, very critical of Israel. Just this weekend, we've also seen massive crowds in the streets protesting the Palestinian cause. What's the atmosphere there?
Well, indeed, the pro-independence movement made a display of strength on Saturday with this massive demonstration. Here in Spain, the citizens, the public opinion are taking these measures that the government has passed recently, like the recognition of the Palestinian state or the diplomatic pressure for a two-state solution, and recently the arms embargo as its own victory. They say that it's time to celebrate these small successes, but they say that there's still a lot to do until Israel withdraws from Gaza. Here, in this symbolic date, the 7th of October, the government has chosen to bring the decree, the full arms embargo decree that the cabinet signed a few weeks ago, to be validated here in Parliament. But the government doesn't have yet all the votes secured. The opposition party, the Conservative Party, are raising concerns on whether this full arms embargo will compromise Spanish national security, and the leftist party Podemos is demanding to withdraw and eliminate any loophole that will allow, for example, the United States to bring or move weapons and arms from the US to Israel through the NATO bases here in Spain. So good day, a day to celebrate these small successes, but for the public opinion here, the pro-independence movement, there's a lot to do, and for the Spanish government, this is a day to show that it still has a majority here to pass this full arms embargo that will make Spain one of the top European countries to introduce a full arms embargo on Israel.
Jaime Velasquez live for us from Madrid. Thank you so much, Jaime. Now, as the world marks 2 years of the Gaza war, South Africans continue to rally behind their government's efforts to hold Israel accountable for the genocide it's committing in Palestine. For most people in South Africa, Israel's occupation of Palestine is a form of apartheid that should never be tolerated. Tusu Kumalo reports from Johannesburg.
Since the start of Israel's war on Gaza, South Africa has refused to just sit and watch as bombs flatten the besieged strip, killing thousands of people.
South Africa has acted in the interests of saving lives by insisting that the International Court of Justice should make a ruling that indeed genocide is being committed in Gaza and that it should stop. And we stand here to say it must stop.
South African citizens have held hundreds of protests against Israel's actions in Palestine. Two South African sisters, Halima and Salma Williams, have attended over 50 of these demonstrations in the past 2 years.
I definitely do believe that genocide and ethnic cleansing is being committed in Gaza because they are trying to eradicate the Palestinian people as a whole. A population of 2 million people have been massacred and murdered mercilessly and displaced multiple times in the past 2 years.
Each day someone's beloved is being murdered or bombed, or they don't even find the entire bodies, they just find pieces of them, and it's just really sad to see people that other people do this without a conscience.
Nazim Fariavu experienced the brutality of apartheid since the age of 5 and says what Palestinians are experiencing is far worse.
The Palestinians are told to move and they're told where to go. And when they're there, they bomb them again. And when some of the aid, which is obviously a little bit of aid, comes through, they bomb them when they're waiting for food. So we didn't experience this here. Nothing like that. So it's brutal, it's cruel.
Several South Africans have been detained in Israel for taking part in the global Sumud flotilla in an effort to deliver life-saving humanitarian aid to Gaza. For these South Africans, the desire to see a free Palestine is inspired by their own experience under apartheid and by the global icon Nelson Mandela's famous statement, "Never, never, and never again shall it be that this beautiful land will again experience the oppression of one by another and suffer the indignity of being the skunk of the world." Tusu Kumalo, TRT World, Johannesburg, South Africa.
Now let's go to Scotland and bring in Abigail Abrabanel, a former Israeli citizen who renounced her citizenship in 2001 at the start of the Second Intifada. And she has since become a strong voice for Palestinian rights. Very good to talk to you today. October the 7th, what does this date mean for you?
Well, I actually want to say something about that. I can't just comment on it in a offhand way. If people don't want to read about the history of Zionism and of Israel, they can just look at what Israel's been doing over the past 77 years. October 7th isn't in isolation. It has a historical context. But people, if they don't want to learn about that, they can just listen to Palestinian stories and testimonies and to the testimonies of doctors, journalists, and other observers who have been in Palestine and who witnessed and experienced firsthand what Israel is doing. Israel is a settler colonial society with one clear aim that everybody in Israel actually knows: to take all the land and resources, but without the people. Settler colonialism means taking over someone else's home and replacing them with your own people. Israel's ultimate aim and game, if you like, is to replace all the non-Jewish indigenous people of Palestine with those that Israel defines as Jews. Most Israeli Jews know this, and most of them believe that given Jewish history, settler colonialism in Palestine is justified and that the Palestinians should just go away. Now, the thing is, everybody woke up when a lot of people woke up in 2023 on October 7th, suddenly saying Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Israel is not just committing genocide in Gaza. Israel is based on a genocidal project because settler colonialism is genocide by definition. And I am dismayed that the word settler colonialism are missing from the mainstream media. Settler colonial society need to expect opposition and resistance. They don't seek to live alongside the people, but to replace them. It means that the people have three options. That means the Palestinians have three options: live of their own accord, stay and be prepared to die or be displaced by a far more powerful settler colonizer, or to try and fight back somehow. Israel have spent the last 77 years making Palestinian lives hell on earth as a way of trying to get them to leave voluntarily, and many have left. But in our world, which does not welcome refugees, especially if their skins are a bit darker, living isn't always an option, and not for everyone. And I don't really believe that Palestinians should be forced to live. This is immoral, illegal, it's wrong. So that means that the only two alternatives left for the Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank is to lie down and die or fight back. So victims of settler colonialism are put in an impossible position, and they need outside help. The most disappointing thing that I've experienced in my lifetime and since the last 2 years about humanity is that, by and large, those with the power to stop what is happening are actually aiding and abetting Israel and supporting it militarily, diplomatically. The people on the ground, as you are showing very, very well in your program, are opposed to what Israel is doing, and they recognize what is happening. But our leaders are doing nothing. The October 7th events can only be seen in the wider settler colonial project. It should not be called a war. This is a settler colonial project, and the Palestinians in the West Bank, which nobody's paying attention to right now, are also about to be hit by Israel. So I think people need to understand that Israel's aim is all the land without the people, and that means no Palestinian left in Palestine. 6 million odd or so Palestinians are now facing existential threat by Israel. So this is my statement about October 7th.
So does that mean that you think that these ceasefire negotiations happening in Egypt is just a sidebar? It doesn't address the bigger problem?
Of course it is. And I don't even trust it, especially with Trump at the helm, who changes his mind every 5 minutes because of the way he is. Israel has always used negotiations as a stalling tactic while continuing that settler colonial project. Just look at Israel's history and you will see that throughout all negotiations, Israel has never really kept its side of the bargain and continued to colonize the West Bank, to increase the colonies. Israel even declared that they will not enable a Palestinian state, not that that's even a viable option or never was a viable option, but they even say that, and the world still panders to them. They still talk about negotiations. And where are the Palestinians in all of this? The Palestinians are a colonized people, a settler colonized people who are put in an impossible position. And they're being murdered every day. Israel left babies to decompose in hospitals, in incubators, and the world just allows this to happen. So, of course, October 7th needs to be looked at in a wider context. And, of course, the alleged negotiations or peace agreements are absolute nonsense. What Israel is seeking is the United States blanket approval or support, which is usually done secretly, because the United States does not want to declare that it supports the genocide. It's not good for its image. But Israel is seeking under the surface, and everybody knows that who knows something, that to enable them to basically, for the US to enable Israel to basically continue the settler colonial project until they're finished. Israel wants to end up in the same situation that Australia did and that the United States or Canada did when they destroyed enough of the indigenous people and destroyed their ability to resist, so that then they can have their settler colonial society ruled by the people they want to be ruled by. Israel wants that now. And if the world doesn't get that, then the Palestinians are facing a real and imminent threat of annihilation. The only way to stop Israel is not by negotiation, it's by putting boots on the ground and stand between Israel and the Palestinians. I was really disappointed that those ships that went to support the flotilla ended up doing absolutely nothing when Israel intercepted those boats in international water against international law and attacked peaceful people who were just there to symbolically and practically try to offer aid to Gaza. And the world does nothing. Those who have the power to do it needs to mobilize armies and stop Israel, and nobody's doing it. So if the Palestinians are annihilated, everybody's hands are dirty, everyone. And I've just heard this morning from the BBC that Keir Starmer said that all these students' protests today are somehow un-British. I just don't understand how a person with a human rights credentials as a lawyer of human rights should understand the British governing system, that it is in fact a republic, a democracy, can say something like that. I'm so disappointed. I'm so disturbed by what's happening. And the danger to the Palestinians is imminent. This isn't just Gaza. It's the West Bank, and it's also the Palestinian citizens of Israel. I have no doubt in my mind what Israel is planning and what it's trying to do and what it's determined to do. And I need to see action on the ground by Western so-called civilization, which so far has just enabled Israel and expressed weak condemnations or things like that, but have done absolutely nothing. Can you imagine being a Palestinian and see that all the nations of the world just abandon you like that? Every human being needs to consider what it would be like for them if they were one of these people who are just our brothers and sisters. They're just human beings. The labels don't matter. These are human beings who are being hurt by other human beings.
Abigail, as you're speaking, I'm so sorry to jump in here. I just want to mention that what we're looking at right now as you're speaking, these are live pictures coming to us from Gaza. As you can see, smoke in the skies there. It looks like these Israeli attacks keep on happening as we're talking on October the 7th, even though Donald Trump has told Israel to stop the bombings and allow those ceasefire negotiations in Egypt to take place. But I want to ask you, since you're saying that there's no doubt in your mind what Israel is trying to do, well, lay it out for us. What do you think that they are trying to do?
Okay, here is my take on it. So Israel wants to make sure that the Gaza population cannot resist anymore and basically either kill enough people and displace the rest, and they're trying to find ways to remove them from the Gaza Strip completely. Now, Egypt won't take them, but maybe the Americans will do some deal with Egypt, so that's a possibility. But either way, Israel is planning to kill as many as possible and displace the rest and empty the Gaza Strip from Palestinians. Then the West Bank, Israel has almost colonized the entire West Bank. The people who are just there, just surviving there, barely, are set for displacement as well. I don't know that Israel could just bomb everybody in the West Bank because it's very densely populated with Jewish settlers, colonizers. So maybe the tactics in Gaza won't work there, but definitely displacement's on the card. And we know that there are Israeli politicians calling to remove Israeli citizenship from Palestinian citizens of Israel, which means that they will become stateless and can be deported and displaced as well. So I think that the areas that Israel has cleared, I mean, shamelessly and shamefully, helped by the rest of the world, Israel cleared territories in Lebanon and in Syria, and I think this is the territories that Israel is going to try and displace people into. Israel is realizing that killing 6 million people is not that simple. But I have absolutely no doubt. So some variation on this, what I've just told you, is, I believe, what Israel is aiming for. Israel has been committing an incremental genocide, as Professor Ilan Pape called it, for decades. And this is their attempt at what we call the final solution. They want to finish this. And whatever Donald Trump says in public, I don't believe a word of it. Under the surface, they're backing Israel up. So you can see for yourself, I can see on your screen, on my screen, what you're showing. Yeah. Israel will never stop this. This is horrendous.
Abigail Abarbanel, thank you so much for taking your time to speak to us on this very special day. Thank you so much. Now, Adnan, you've got more on the leadership in Israel and what they are doing.
Absolutely, Per. Thank you very much indeed. Israel is facing mounting legal and diplomatic pressure over its military actions. There have been multiple accusations of genocide from world leaders, even from the United Nations. In November last year, the International Criminal Court issued arrest warrants for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former Defense Secretary Yoav Gallant. That was over alleged war crimes. Israel is not a member of the ICC. It rejects the accusations that its leaders have intentionally deprived Gaza's civilian population of food, water and medicine. Before that, South Africa launched a case at the ICJ, the International Court of Justice. That was towards the end of 2023. That accuses Israel of committing genocide. Other countries like Turkey, Brazil, Spain, Ireland and Mexico joining that suit. But a final verdict from The Hague could take years. The provisional measures Israel was instructed to take by the ICJ, like allowing unimpeded access to aid, they have not materialized. In June, the UK, Australia, Canada and New Zealand and Norway imposed travel bans and asset freezes on the most notorious far-right Israeli ministers in Netanyahu's cabinet, Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich. They're both themselves illegal settlers. They are accused of inciting violence. In September, Spain announced a total arms embargo and called for Israel to be banned from cultural and sporting events. The EU is proposing suspending free trade agreements and sanctioning senior leaders. Last week, Colombia ended its free trade agreement with Israel and expelled all that country's remaining diplomats. Our correspondent Shadia Edwards-Dusty is in The Hague. Shadia, this is the home of the ICC and the ICJ. Benjamin Netanyahu may be trapped in his home country forever. He can travel to some places like the US, which won't arrest him, but most other countries probably would.
Well, effectively, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, is somewhat a man on the run in terms of the global stage, at least, because member states are absolutely obliged to uphold international law and uphold the arrest warrants against him. Not only him, but also his right-hand man at the time, back in 2023, Yoav Gallant, the former defense minister. Both of them are wanted by the International Court of Justice here at The Hague to face crimes of war crimes, including starvation, and crimes against humanity. So it's no exaggeration just how significant those indictments against those two individuals are. But also Israel as a whole is wanted too, because what we can see is that South Africa put that legal bid onto Israel back in 2023, a genocidal case which has now been joined by various different countries across the globe, including Turkey this time last year, adding its name to the list, the likes of Spain, and just a few weeks ago, Brazil as well. So the numbers of countries joining this legal bid are mounting. However, such a proceeding like that is so mammoth. What we can see is it will take years to formulate all of the evidence, compile all of the testimonies of genocide to put this case forward, plus the multiple stages in terms of the judicial proceedings. See the likes of Israel basically pushing the can further and further down the road already in terms of its filing of submission. That will be in January of 2026, so it's unlikely to reach a verdict at least till the end of 2027. Now, there are also limitations if you're just waiting for a verdict alone. Some would say it's a dangerous distraction, because if a ruling is the final moment that would compel world leaders to act, well, then we'll simply see more and more killing like we are by the day.
Shadia, thank you very much. Back in the studio with me now is Mohammed Shahada, Chief of Communications at the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor. Mohammed is also a visiting fellow at the Middle East and North Africa programme of the European Council on Foreign Relations. So September, just a few weeks ago, the UN Independent Commission concluding that the Israeli authorities and Israeli security forces have committed and are continuing to commit genocide against the Palestinians in Gaza. Yoav Gallant and Benjamin Netanyahu, the Commission said, have incited the commission of genocide, and that Israeli authorities have failed to take action against them to punish that incitement. The legal ruling will take years. The consideration of the ICJ and the possible actions that constitute genocide. But so many experts have already determined that it is genocide. And yet, Mohammed, there are still some world leaders who don't want to use the word. Has that reluctance to call it out emboldened Israel?
Yes, absolutely. Until now, what you have is European or Western leaders trying to mainly focus on a framework of Israel violating the principles of international law. But Israel is not trying to obey international law at all because they're not following the rules of war. They're not observing it. That's not what's happening. There's no war. There's genocide, and that has its own logic, its own set of parameters, its own rationale and systematic procedures. And Israel is fulfilling that to the letter. And what you have with European or Western officials, a European leader once said it to me to my face. He said, every time we issue a statement, we say Gazans are starving or Gazans are dying. We don't say Israel is killing, Israel is starving, because if we do, it entails a legal responsibility to do something about it. And until now, it's all about optics. It's nothing about substance. They're dealing with Gaza as this crisis to manage rather than an unfolding crime against humanity. You don't need a ruling of genocide to act accordingly. The mere risk that it could be a genocide, even if there's a 1% chance that it could be a genocide, you need to act accordingly. But what that means for those European governments, for Western governments, is basically immediately imposing sanctions on Israel, not just Ben Gvir and Smotrich, but the entire chain of command, paralyzing the IDF, going after the Israeli economy, shutting down weapon supplies, weapon imports, and all of it together is to try as much as possible to make it very costly for Israel to carry out this systematic extermination, destruction of a people. But what you have instead is this caricatural, headline-grabbing gestures. Let's isolate Ben Gvir and Smotrich as the most extreme. Let's impose sanctions on literally 2 or 3 settlers. This same European leader, he said, every time we want to impose sanctions on one settler, we get a debate inside the EU with EU member states, EU heads of states telling us, no, for each settler you need to impose sanctions on 3, 4, 5 Hamas leaders. The sanctions on Hamas leader need to come a week before the settlers in order to not create a false equivalency between Hamas and settlers. Settlers are seen still as a higher, superior status. And all of it is just a charade. It's a show. If you look at the sanctions until now, none of the European or Western sanctions imposed on Israel, none has anything to do with Gaza itself. It's all about the West Bank, settlement expansion, incitement in the West Bank. Because if they try to impose sanctions on Gaza, it would incriminate the entire government, the entire chain of command.
OK, we haven't got time to go into it, but you've already addressed the issue of the West Bank, which Volker Turk, the UN human rights chief, says the actions of not just the Israeli military, but also illegal settlers, is making the future of a Palestinian state increasingly come into doubt because of Israeli actions in the occupied West Bank. Mohammed, I'm told we have to go to other locations, but I know you're with us for a couple more hours, so we'll bring you back on to hear more of your very important analyses and thoughts. You're watching special coverage from TRT World. This is the 2nd anniversary of Israel's assaults on Gaza. So let's go to the enclave and my colleague Ashraf Shannon. Ashraf?
Yes, Adnan. Right now here in Gaza, we have 2 guests, Fatma Al-Khanati, humanitarian worker, and Elena Liazji, a Palestinian journalist. I wish to begin first with Fatma. Fatma, as you've been working as a humanitarian worker for many years, describe the situation during 2 years of genocidal war and ethnic cleansing that's taken its toll on all aspects of life here.
Actually, here in Gaza, we are suffering not a humanitarian crisis, actually. It's a catastrophic and a real genocide situation. Here in Gaza, since 2 years, we are suffering from many catastrophic conditions as unrelenting cycle of displacement for Gazans from north and Gaza to the middle area and south of Strip, which actually increase the situation more hardness, more catastrophic, where many thousands of people were killed, thousands of people were injured. This continuous displacement actually make the people increase their suffering, where gathering them in a small area lead them to suffering from food insecurity, hard accessibility to the services, also many children suffering from malnutrition, more than 500 children were killed as a result of this malnutrition and starvation. actually the overwhelming of needs, the overwhelming of the people were suffering from real catastrophic conditions. These people need, for many and overwhelming needs, like providing them with food, with shelter, with wash, with clean and good environment to live. Actually, the last displacement from Gaza to south of Strip and the middle of area, many families here living in streets, suffering from unhealthy environment, sleep in the streets, need to quick intervention to help them, to provide with shelter, to provide with food, with wash, with many assistance. Actually, as a humanitarian worker, we are struggling to provide life-saving assistance to these people. We are suffering from also unsafe place, suffering from the limited resources, constrained entering aids to entering to Gaza to help these people to live with a little of dignity. Actually, there is no word to describe the situations. Day by day increase this situation hard and hard. We are suffering from also the collapse of health facilities, the collapse of educational facilities. Many facilities, health facilities, and were completely or partially destroyed. People here also suffering from the limited of the accessibility to these services. Actually, it's very hard.
Let me ask you about your own experience during the war, your experience, your family's experience, the difficulties you faced.
Actually, I am as a mother for 3 children. We are struggling to be a survive, actually. Their needs, we are suffering from the lack of basic needs to be survive, like food security. We need to provide them with health and food. There's not available in the market, and if it's available, it's very expensive. Actually, we are suffering from also the lack of health intervention, medicine, supplement. My children suffering from malnutrition, and they need to supplement medicine to provide them with, to be more strong and good health. Also, my children, they didn't go to school since 2 years, and actually, it's very hard for your kids that you build them year by year, month by month to be a good man, but everything's words collapse, and you have to repeat it again. Actually, we live in unhealthy environment. It's not suits for the kids. It's not healthy. We need healthy shelter. Also, they were suffering for many diseases and different diseases during 2 years from unhealthy food and polluted water. Also, when I need to provide them with health intervention, the accessibility is very hard to reach these facilities because the overcrowded of the patients, the limited resources of the hospitals for services and the supplements and medicines. So it's increased the situations more catastrophic and more hard. Actually, there is no word to describe how it's very catastrophic. Also, the displacement, unrelenting displacement, continuous displacement, it's make the psychosocial conditions for them more hard. Actually, their need, after if the genocide are stopped, they need to psychosocial intervention to make them and alleviate their suffering during these 2 years. Actually,
okay, Fatma, I'll come back to you, but let's turn to Elena. Elena is a young Palestinian journalist working in Gaza. Elena Liasi, of course. Elena. What do you wish to talk about?
Today is 7 October, 2nd anniversary from this genocide that we have and are facing.
No one here of Gaza City described that we will live all of that displacement, hunger, starvation, losing everything that you have, losing your home, your city, and to be displaced in the same country that you have been born in it. So this is no one in this world can describe what we are really facing. And once you told to your friends outboard from Gaza City just that we are cannot find the water to drink or cannot find a place to sleep, they ask us, really, all of that, it's really happened with you? So no one can describe or imagine that we are living in this hard situation. And this is one of the cruel war that happened in the whole world. Just we want to talk about maybe about our work as journalists. We lose more than 250 journalists from Gaza City as Strip at all, and every one of them has a story and a dream and a family. So how the people can imagine that will lose their one of their family and all of his dream and all of his leadership things that happened with him will gone without any doing. They are just doing their work, their best of work to make our voices loud, to make our. It's our responsibility to do all of that, to make our voices loud, to make everything that happened with us in the streets and in Gaza Strip reach to the whole world. Like, can you imagine that when we was doing our reports to the whole world to reach the voices, and you are walking in the streets and you can stuck with the body's parts? This is, I never forget that when I was walking to stuck with the body's part in the streets. So this is one of the harder things that we are just planning and having with us.
We'll come back to you, but first we have to go back to Ramallah and speak to our correspondent in Ramallah, Zaina Tahan. Zaina, what do you have there at Ramallah now?
We're here in Ramallah where we have two guests, and we're marking 2 years since the genocide in Gaza, where in the occupied West Bank, the Israeli occupation has intensified its decades-long policies of annexation, land theft, and the confining of Palestinians. We have two guests here with us today. To my right is Khaldun al-Barghouti, who is an Israeli affairs analyst. We also have Ubay Aboudi, the executive director of the Bisan Center for Research and Development. I'm just going to widen the scope a bit outside of the occupied West Bank to talk about the situation here as a whole, tied to what's happening across the globe for Palestine. Now, I want to start with Mr. Ubay. Ubay, we're seeing global mass protests for Palestine, possibly the largest globally coordinated protests for a single cause in modern history. We have protesters chanting similar chants across the world, such as "From the river to the sea, resistance is justified when people are occupied." How much can these protests impact the future of what Palestine will look like?
Well, these people in the streets are the ones that elect the governments, are the ones that dictate policy, are the ones that go and decide which products of companies that they want to buy. We are seeing the global impact of this popular movement in shifting policies, and forcing their governments, especially European governments, to take more positive stances towards Palestine, albeit late, albeit not enough, but we are seeing this shift in policy. And we understand that, especially among the younger generations, there has been a concrete shift that is, I would say, unreversible. What's happening right now is people realizing that not only the Palestinian cause is a just cause, but Zionism itself is a disease, is a racist ideology that is built on settler colonialism and the ethnic cleansing of people that are from different ethnicities or religions. What we are seeing at this moment is also governments understanding that the rules-based order, the one that was set up by the United States following World War II and the Western governments, has collapsed. And it has collapsed through the actions of Israel and the unconditional support from the US and the European allies. This is why we are seeing challenges coming from global South countries like Gustavo Petro, the Colombian president, that's proposing a multinational protection force to come to Palestine and free Palestine. Not only protect Palestinians, but also free Palestinians through direct action. This is kind of rhetoric 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago would have been unimaginable.
Okay. I would like to expand on that. Mr. Khaldoun, the divide between what's being said on the political level of one state, two states, and the divide with the people on the ground. Can you talk to us a bit more about that? You have the U.S. supporting Israel unconditionally and sticking to these old frameworks, which, as we just said, are being broken.
In the United States, there are two levels. U.S. administration and Israeli government, and sometimes they contradict. And we saw Obama's administration and Netanyahu concerning Iran nuclear deal. We saw Biden's administration and Netanyahu government and the conflict. Even recently, you know, Trump enforcing this deal, although Netanyahu tried to avoid it, but it seems, according to Israeli reports, he failed. And we have the U.S. and the Israeli strategic relation and support. Now, what is happening for Israel itself, that in the United States, there is a movement within the Democratic Party, so a lot of Israelis consider that we lost the Democratic Party until the coming elections. The situation may be very much worse for Israel. And the younger generation, even in the latest poll among the Jews in the United States, most of them consider what's happening here is a genocide, and they are against Israeli policies. So they considered also that in Israel, they lost the American Jewry in support of Israel. In the Republican Party, the MAGA, Make America Great Again, is rising and criticizing the pro-Israeli lobby in the United States and its effect and in setting the U.S. policies towards Israel. And this is also, there's a lot of debate in Israel about this and a lot of concern that we are losing not only the Democratic Party, but also we are losing the Republicans. And if we lose both, it's only the U.S. veto that supports Israel among the international community. If we lose this is what they say, it will be a very big problem for Israel because the rest of the world are moving against Israel. Maybe not like what the Palestinians like, but in Israel they consider that even if the war is over, this ball of snow will keep running and growing up against Israel on many levels, mainly, and this is the political, diplomatic level and the economic level. It is rising, calling for boycott Israel on both levels, export and imports, especially the calls to stop supporting Israel with the military, even military aid or military or financial aid that helps Israel on the military level. This thing is rising, and in Israel they are supposed to declare emergency, but it seems that Netanyahu is very busy with his personal interests. That's why also there is big criticism for him, that he is putting his personal interests and political interest in front of the political and national interest of Israel. This thing is growing with the support of the peoples around the world. I think Israel's situation will become worse. It will not be better like what Tzipi Livni, the foreign minister of Israel, said lately in a TV interview. She said, whatever happens, Israel's situation will not get better even if the words end. It's rolling against Israel. The image of Israel is in its worst, and things will not get better.
I just want to say thank you to our guests. We're going back to the studio in Istanbul, and we'll be covering and continuing to cover for the rest of the day what's happening here across the occupied Palestinian territories.
Ay baba, her şey iyi, sadece haber veriyorum.
When the world turned its back, she stood up.
Filistin'e gitmek istediğini söyledi. Vazgeçmeyeceğini de biliyorum.
From the United States to the occupied West Bank, Ayşena Ezge Ege went to stand alongside the Palestinian resistance.
She was prepared for the risk of being arrested or being hurt, but I think the idea of being killed was so unprecedented for an international volunteer.
A young life full of promise, cut short by an Israeli sniper.
She was dying under an olive tree.
A community still in mourning.
I mean, our entire life has changed.
And fighting for justice.
Ben bir çiçek yetiştirdim. O çiçek gitti ama kimse sorumlu değil yani. Kimse sorumlu kalmıyor. Biz adalet istiyoruz sadece.
Under an olive tree on TRT World.
Tragedy strikes again. A bomb hit a hospital today, killing several people.
Children, the patients, and 2 reporters lost their lives in the blast.
Authorities say journalists may have been deliberately targeted.
Another reporter was killed nearby while covering a separate story.
TRT confirmed, engaged.
One reporter was killed and another seriously injured.
Israel continues its chokehold on the amount of aid entering the Gaza Strip. More than 1 million people in Gaza are facing emergency levels of food insecurity.
Palestinians are facing death and destruction on a daily basis under unending Israeli airstrikes. On Sunday alone, 92 people were also killed.
Many were hungry civilians trying to get their hands on food.
At least 30 people, 28.
More than 24 Palestinians
92 people
died of starvation. Nearly half of the dead are children.
And the UN agency says that Gaza's children need food, water, medicine, and protection, and above all, they need a ceasefire.
The speech was broadcast.
As you can see, Adnan, these are some hooligans, some. Why don't we just go off air for now, and we'll be back soon.
We endure what few can.
We reveal the unseen struggles.
During the past few minutes, the Israeli fighter jets conducted or carried out a new airstrike.
No matter how silent, your voice will echo, so long as our microphones are present.